Oi, lads. Hello, guys. Welcome to the top 16 of the standard tournament. We're going straight into it. We've got quite a few decks on show today. We've got some Juns. We've got some Grixis, mono white, mono black.
So
there's a cool Jeskai deck. But we're going to go into the first match here.
Does anybody hear
and
me?
We've got a bit of a grudge match for anyone who watches the stream.
Really just
We've got Ricky Maru boys versus Willosaurus, aka Dr. Toboggan. It's a Jund mirror here, but
I cannot hear Crokeyz at all.
And you can see I'm joined by Mr. CovertGoBlue. CGB, how you doing, man?
Okay, I just heard you.
CGB, hello.
Can you hear me?
All right. CGB's having some technical issues, it seems. I'll just hold the fort.
Check 1 2.
While Boomer tries to get into the game here. So it's a very similar list for the two Juns. There are some small differences though. Ricky has Soul of Windgrace main deck, and Will is playing the new card Namata too. So some small differences, but otherwise is pretty similar.
Yeah,
it's a simple plan.
I still can't hear Crokeyz.
I
hear the music.
Okay.
That's okay.
So
I'll just
Ricky's first problem was he hasn't drawn a land. So that's very bad. That is one weird thing about this Jund deck is that they're only playing 25 lands. CGB still struggling to fix his tech issues here.
Test.
Pro YouTuber doesn't know how to turn a microphone on.
You guys need to make sure you're unmuted in the Discord.
Unmuted in the Discord?
I think you're not coming through Discord.
Okay. So one moment, please, chat. Enjoy the game. Enjoy the game while we fix these issues. Tear Sunder's another.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I've always been able to hear you.
Well, now I hear you
Are you
too.
here? Hello,
yeah,
CGB.
now I do.
Welcome to the stream.
It's great to be here.
Finally.
Yeah, I'm sure there were nice, kind intros, but since we're just in the game, I guess we dive right in. What's going on?
We've got a Jund winner here. We've got basically it's a similar plan for both decks. There's very slight changes in each, but yeah, we're just trying to cast some harvesters, some fables, and then there's a few planeswalkers, Jundy threats with Titan at the top, and Titan just amazing in this meta. There's so many fables, there's so many wedding announcements, there's the new Leyline Binding. Like Titan, and even against aggro, Titan can stabilize for you. So, and just probably the best top end card that we have in standard, I would say.
And you see it going right to work. Goodbye, Elder Dragon War.
Have you had a chance to try Tear Asunder yet?
Actually, no. I have been torn asunder a few times, and it usually worked out pretty badly for me.
But I wasn't when I first saw it, I thought, yeah, that's okay, right? Like, destroying an artifact, pretty good, or exiling an artifact or enchantment's pretty good. But I thought having to pay the kicker, going all the way up to 4 mana could make it a little bit awkward, but it seems to be working out even in main decks. It's very, very nice.
Like my speakers are off. I'm on headphones.
Getting Crokeyz audio.
Okay, so Soren is kind of going off here, huh? What are you gonna do? I don't see how... this is pretty normal for these Jund mirrors. It can be difficult to come back once you fall behind. Especially with only 5 lands for forcing over here. Just not got enough mana to recover this board state. I mean, facing a Sorin, facing a Kiki that's about to be able to start copying. Titans going, there's Tear Sunder going off again. Not even used Sorin for the turn yet. Yeah, this... One of the problems with Jund last set, like before rotation, was... I mean, the card quality is high. The card quality is always high in Jund decks, but sometimes you can end up with a version that just is a bit too slow at actually ending the game, and you do give your opponent a chance to top deck something against you, but this version with the Titans and cruelty of Gix and things like that, you can clock them quickly. Yeah, so in sideboarding, we can see that the decks are pretty similar. There's the main difference really is that on one side, for the 4-drops, on one side you've got Namata, and on the other side you've got Solar Windgrace. I've been very, very impressed with Solar Windgrace. It's a 4-mana 5/4, and when it ETBs you can take a land from either graveyard and put it into play. You can use it with the fetch lands that we got, the tapped fetch lands. There's no fetch lands in these lists, but I think that can be good. But otherwise... yeah. Yeah, I think you can get away with playing it without the fetch lands, yeah, but not... Maybe one copy like Will has is enough, or like Ricky has, sorry. If you're not using the fetch lands. Because the card can be bad if there is no lands in the graveyard, but when there is, it's been very impressive, especially when you're trying to get up to 7 mana for the Titans. So how are they sideboarding? Looks pretty different. We've got Bankbusters coming in on one side, which should give a little bit of gas. I mean, these matches can go long, as long as someone's not snowballing. What do you think is Squee main deck in these Jund decks? They've both got one. I've tried out Squee. I think it's amazing, yeah. I think it's very good. One of main and Jund, and even I wouldn't be surprised if we saw decks like Mono Red end up playing 3 or 4 main deck. But for Jund, I think the one main deck is very good. It's basically an escape card, right? And your first escape card was always good previously in other decks. And then especially when you know that a lot of your opponents are going to be playing Lilianas and whatever, you've got your own Fables, things like this. It's so easy to get it into the graveyard, and then you can use it for free. It's amazing against Liliana, because it's good against both of Liliana's abilities. The +1, if your opponent plays a Liliana and +1s, you can discard your Squee. If you cast a Squee and they use -2, they're only killing a token, right? So it kind of wrecks Lily. Yep. How have you found the standard without the creature lands so far? You like playing decks that don't die to them? Or that do? It's weird. We've played with them for so long that it feels a little strange, but I guess that's why you're seeing more Squeeze, more underdogs, just anything that can try and recreate the creature land power for you. The games do tend to go a little bit longer without them, in my experience, but I guess that's to be expected. Bankbuster showing its power here. No need to use it just to draw. You can always attack. So,
in the background, so sorry if it feels like you're flying solo while I try to fix it.
nah, it's okay. I'm used to flying solo. So yeah, we got Forcing got a Fable down on turn 3 into a Sorin. On the play, I mean, that's just so difficult to deal with. We'll need something like a Meat Hook here, doesn't really have it. Trespasser's okay, but I mean, you see 2 Harvesters, you see a Kikijiki, no way to kill either the Kikijiki or one of the Harvesters for Will here, so as long as Ricky goes for a copy, you're gonna have a Harvester with 3 blood tokens, and that Sheoldred's going down. Ricky might need to lose one of the Harvesters or go for a double block, because there will be an attack coming into Sorin at least. Be interesting to see if they... I mean, it might honestly be worth just to let Sorin go. Block is okay though. Sheoldred, yeah, honestly, I think it's a little bit overrated at the moment. I think it is good, but we're seeing it in every black deck. Whereas I don't think it belongs in every black deck. I think it's an aggressive card. Maybe like in a Rakdos mid-range deck. I think it fits well in the mono black decks. And maybe one copy in something like Jund is good, but I feel like the best use for Sheoldred is as like your top end in a Rakdos mid-range deck, something like that. But it is, if your deck uses it well, and if you've got other threats in your deck that can bait out removal and stuff like that, and it sticks, yeah, I mean it's gonna take over the game. What about Cruelty of Gix? Tried that yet? The Saga? Yeah. Have you had a chance to try like any of the read-ahead sagas? They're very difficult to use. Like I feel like it makes your turns. There's so many options in your turns that it adds a little bit of a skill to the deck, I think, when you use these read-ahead cards. So many choices for each of your turns. You see Ricky bring a Titan out with Kikijiki ready to be used. Will's gonna try and animate his own one, but he just looks to be too far behind. I mean, this is go back to the on the play turn 3 Fable, turn 4 Sorin, and Ricky's kind of snowballed from here. Yeah, it's okay, just take your time, I've got this. So at least Kikijiki's dying here, but it could be too late. I mean, Will is on 24 life, so it's going to take a while for Ricky to get there, but just so far ahead at this point. Yep. 15 will deal 24 pretty quickly. There's Unleash the Inferno. It can kill the Titan. That would let you... I mean, you're getting in for at least 11 if you use that. Could use... Looks like you're going to go for Namata and cut down instead. Just go for a trade. Interesting play there. Yeah, there's Fable. Tear Asunder is good here, but it does make the rest of the turn a bit awkward. Because you've basically got a choice of cast Tear Asunder, kick it, or play Fable and Trespasser. It's hard to turn down a turn of Fable and Trespasser. The meta is scary though. Yeah, I mean, you've got underdogs to hit. I'm sure as we go through this set, you're going to have more squeeze to hit as people kind of wake up to that card a bit. But yeah, it's always been super good. I was very surprised in like previous standards when I feel like Trespasser was very underplayed. It's a staple in Pioneer and Explorer and Historic. And it's a good standard creature, finally getting its day in the sun at least.
Indeed. I think I audibly groan now every time I see a Trespasser, because you just can't afford to give up a 2-for-1 anywhere, it seems like, in this format so far.
Yeah, the ward is incredibly good. I get one thing about the Trespasser is it is a good target for Lily's -2. Lily's -2 is a good way to remove the Trespasser, but it's just an amazing creature. It does everything. It deals damage, it gains life, it deals with the graveyard, it's difficult to remove, good stats. What more could you want?
I don't believe I've ever seen an Inferno unleashed on a Titan. The Titan just took the whole frickin' Inferno, man.
Unleash the Inferno is another card that I think is pretty good. I mean, this game is just done. Too many big things coming in.
I'm impressed that Will hung in it this long. You know, I really am.
Guess he's thinking about how do I play if I top deck a hook.
Well, Will has to give it all he's got because the stakes are very high, because he sees Riki every day. Every day he could get taunted. The amount of taunt equity on the line in this game is like, you know, like 300 days worth of taunting.
Yeah. I think we're going to game 3 though. We can see the power in Namata though. Every time one of these creatures dies, it's another 1/1 token. You can use Namata's abilities to either pump the tokens, or you can pump 1 by +2/+2, or you can sack 2 to draw a card. It's a decent mid-range creature.
Yeah,
reach as well.
Kind of gives you those Kalitas vibes, but with plants. Yep. So it seems good. Another one of those creatures where if it sticks on the battlefield, the value can really pile up.
There's one downside to it, that because it exiles the creature to create the plant token, it does kind of mess with your Meat Hook Massacres, which can be bad, but it could be good to mess with your opponent's ones.
True, and since Meat Hook is pretty much everywhere, that's gonna be, you're gonna be on the other side of that sometimes. Do you find, like, I found in the last 24 hours, the meta, both for definitely for best of 1, and I bet for best of 3, went completely black. So many black decks, it's insane right now.
Well, I think our top 16 has, if I'm not mistaken, 14 black decks.
Yeah.
Which is a lot. It's an amazing color. I mean, you've got good planeswalkers like Lily and Sorin, got great creatures, Trespasser, Underdog, good removal, Cut Down, Grasp, Meat Hook. I think, like, I know a lot of people on the ladder have been enjoying mono black, but I wouldn't be surprised if people kind of went off mono black and onto these 2 and 3 color decks.
It seems like you're giving up a lot if you're not playing red. I mean, you're giving up Fable.
Yeah.
That and Harvester, probably too much to give up if you're being competitively serious at this point.
Yeah, like mono, like black has some incredibly good cards. Like a lot of the most powerful cards in the format are black, but from what I can see so far, it doesn't seem like it has quite enough cards to fill out an entire deck. So it feels like you need that second or third color just for a little support, like some like Fable, Titan, Tear Asunder, like 3 non-black cards, and you've got a Jund deck, you know, something like that.
All right.
But yeah, black definitely an amazing color here.
Will has the Fable. Riki doesn't have the Fable. But that Elder Dragon War looks like it might be getting set up a little bit. I don't know. There's only the 1/2/2, and that just got cut down.
Fable is so strong, man. So strong. So Elder Dragon War is very good. But right now, I mean, it's just doing more... It's killing Ricky's own board.
Yeah, you're kind of pushing it straight to a 4/4. What do you think of going straight to the 4/4 for the beatdown? Just get way ahead on the top side. Solar Windgrace might... this is a tough one. Could.
So, I don't... Yeah, Solar Windgrace, super good. There's a mountain, at least, in Will's graveyard, so could have ramped there with Solar Windgrace. Went for Sorin instead. I think Sorin is just... It's good if you're ahead. And they're ahead, so why not drop it?
Yeah, really wants to locate one more blood token, probably, to get this Harvester to take out the Primeval Warden. What is the name? I'm gonna do terrible on all these legendary names, man. Too many legends in this set. I'm going on record. Too many legends. I don't know all their names.
Yeah, Namata, it does seem very good. It's a bit awkward here with the Tear Asunder, because the Tear Asunder exiles, so you won't get a token.
Tear Asunder can hit any permanent, though, right?
Yeah, Tear Asunder for 2 you can get a artifact or enchantment, and for 4 you can get any permanent.
Probably wants to go after the Sorin here, probably.
Yeah, I mean, the Cruelty looking good too, though. I think you've got enough time here to go Cruelty stage 1. He does go for that, yeah.
Got that Soul of Windgrace.
Feels good.
Oh, but we're going to see Cruelty fought with Cruelty most likely here. Unless the Elder Dragon War... Nah, there's no way he just goes after the Reflection that hard.
Cruelty is just another card that's so fun to play with. Like you've got the discard and then the tutor effect on 2, reanimate. I've had one of my favorite cards from the new set for sure.
How often do you tutor a Cruelty with a Cruelty?
Every time I can, which is not all the time, but it is the first when I'm going to tutor. My first thought is, can I take another Cruelty here?
Yeah, every time you have time. Oh, look at that.
That's nice.
There it is. Nice little combo there by Riki.
So 1 token for Will. Sorin going to makes a token. Okay, I thought maybe you could go up to 6 there, but I guess if you plus again, you're kind of just letting Will tutor here for a Sorin removal.
Yeah, that's the big question. What do you tutor for here?
You've got 5 mana.
And I wouldn't call it a Shield's downturn, but really all that's between you and the Sorin right now is the Vampire token.
Yep, and Will knows that Ricky's got his own Cruelty in hand and a land, so it's all...
It would be such a good turn to have like 1 Duress, you know, or 1 like Go Blank in the old standard.
Yeah. A Duress here plus Tear Asunder on the Sorin would have been so good. It's a hard choice.
It is.
Charm. I mean, Charm's okay. You can charm the Sorin and get your underdog down, but it's not that impressive.
Playing the Trespasser here to play around the cruelty, you've got to believe.
Interesting that Will ate the Solar Windgrace there, because he could have reanimated that next turn. I guess that takes Ricky off the ability to just read ahead to stage 3 and take it himself.
Cruelty could have gone to the top rope. Oh, but look at this combination. The Elder Dragon War here can discard the Titan, and then the... Oh man, reading ahead is
nasty.
Looking pretty good.
Nasty. And you get to take away, so no reanimation for Will potentially here. And all of a sudden, game's kind of swung.
I mean, a Titan for 5 will do that. Oh my goodness.
So now Sorin is going to get to stay alive. Will's cruelty is going to be removed. Ricky's going to have a Titan. He's going to have a 4/4 dragon coming in soon. Will does have 2 good removal spells in hand though.
What?
Got to find a way. This Sorin's got to die now.
Wait, what happens though if Will puts a stop on the upkeep or the draw step and uses the Riveteer's Charm? Nope, never mind. The Titan took out the cruelty.
Yep, the Titan takes out the cruelty. No,
so good.
No reanimate. Another card draw for Sorin.
The Riveteer's Charm is looking like a decent choice now, since the Titan does have to die. So maybe a little bit of good planning.
Yeah, I mean, I think Will needed a land there. Will has to get this Tear Asunder and Charm off. It's looking very bad for Will if either the Titan or the Sorin gets to survive, and one of them is going to.
Yeah, without question, the snowball is on the move. So Charm could take out the Titan, then you could throw away your Trespasser to get Sorin off the board. Is that a good play?
I mean, if you do that, I think Ricky will just let Sorin die and swings back for a lot, right? Even, they've got a 4/4 Rhino, a 2/3 Flyer, another Dragon coming in next turn, 4/4 Dragon.
The Dragon might get torn asunder here.
Yeah, I don't think that Will has an option. I think Will has to do this, but...
That poor Trespasser, it was eating in the wrong graveyard.
He's on 9. Here's Besayu. Not doing anything right now, but not a bad top deck though.
Underdog taking one for the team.
These 4/4 tokens just are huge on this board.
Ooh, that was the land that was needed last turn.
Yep.
Oh no. Will, the taunt equity. Don't do it. Don't go down like this.
6 in the air.
Yep.
Looks bad.
Tear Asunder has to hit a flyer.
Choosing not to not Tear Asunder in the Fable, just kind of forced to use it on the flyer, yeah. You can use it on the 4th, Tear Asunder the 4/4 flyer, and then double block the 4/4 Rhino, take 4, go to 3. I mean, it's still horrible. Or maybe trade for the token.
Yeah. And try to draw a hook.
Go to 5. I mean, a hook wouldn't be bad. Another Fable for Ricky, very good. They can cycle away the 2 lands next turn.
Still not quite dead, thanks to that beautiful channel ability of Soken-san, which is not something you want a defensive channel too often.
Cut down top deck. So cut down's kind of a card that Ricky might want to loot away here, but it is actually effective right now, so it'll be good for Will if he does loot it away. Which he does.
Yep. Still holding on to a Boseiju, which means that even a top-decked hook won't gain the life.
Looks very bad.
Last chance, Will.
Oof. his own Bisaya, and that's GG's. Ricky takes it.
Oh man.
Game 3 a bit closer there than the first two. The first two were kind of snowbally. Game 3 a bit more back and forward. But yeah, you can see the power of these Jund decks. They never stop. So many threats from the graveyard. So many card selection spells with the Fables, etc. You've got massive power plays with the Cruelty Sagas. Are you impressed?
Absolutely relentless. And yeah, how could you not be impressed by the black-red core decks? They just never stop throwing all kinds of things at you. It's kind of like it's like you're the last kid in dodgeball, and the other team has the whole squad. It's just non-stop barrages.
All the threats are so sticky. Trespasser, Fable, even Harvester, which can at least be removed at somewhat efficiently. You still end up with a blood token, which will be useful at some point in the game. Planeswalkers that are hard to kill. It's an impressive deck.
Serious question though, do you think that Riki is chat's hero or chat's demise? Because, you know, if he wins, they're never gonna hear the end of it.
No comment. See you after the break. Alright guys, we're back. It's going to be round 2 of the upper bracket of the top 16 here. We just saw the Jund mirror in round 1. Now we're going to go into Sandoich versus Lil Pumpkin. Sandoich playing Rakdos mid-range, not Anvil. Just good Rakdos cards. And Lil Pumpkin playing an Esper mid-range deck, which is quite different to the ones that we saw in the last set. It's very heavy on tokens. I guess trying to get an upper edge on all the Lilianas that you're seeing from opponents, so pretty good against the -2s. How do you think this one's going to go, CGB?
Well, it's big on tokens, but the Esper list is also big on flash. I'm looking at like 13 flash cards, so it's a very sneaky deck with a lot of options and 4 make disappears. It's probably the best make disappear deck we've seen, so I want to see the flash deck do well. It's hard to pick. It is really hard to pick though against Rakdos. Like, these decks are really good.
Yeah, I think both are looking nice. Rakdos does have 4 lilies in the deck, so in those, it looks like every time Sandoich draws a lily, it's gonna be awful. So hopefully he can dodge them. But yeah, we see the new card here for Lil Pumpkin, Resolute Reinforcements, similar to cards that we've had before, but this one actually being a creature itself, which then makes another token when it ETBs.
Possibly the biggest moment in the game. It might be the biggest moment of the game when all's said and done. That's the 3rd land drop being missed.
Yep. At least they've got something to do here with another Resolute Reinforcements, but 2 meat hooks for Sandoich ready to clear those up, and Pumpkin not got enough time to get the wedding announcement down to kind of pump these out of range.
And we're
just going to go straight into it.
Yeah, straight to a meat hook for 1 here, but that does mean it's going to miss the other 2 reinforcements.
Yeah, I'm surprised to not see just the Fable come down, but I guess maybe scared of a Rafine next turn or something, pump one of those tokens out of range, and then it can snowball from there.
Oh man, though, that's another black source. That doesn't cast Rafine.
Rip.
Fortunately, there's a wedding announcement. Ooh, here comes Shelly.
This is getting out of control pretty quickly. Still no mana for Rafine, no mana for Emperor. Can at least kill Sheoldred.
Yep. And
what do you think about Fateful Absence instead of Infernal Grasp?
I don't like it. I feel like giving the opponent 2-for-1s when every card is already a 2-for-1 just leads to that snowball burying you really fast. I'd be curious to hear why that decision was made.
Yeah, it's probably just for the ability to hit the Planeswalkers, right? But
I guess so. It is becoming a Planeswalker meta really fast.
Yeah, we don't actually see a huge amount of Planeswalkers other than Liliana, though. and your deck is already very good against Liliana, so I think you can make a case for maybe using the Grasps instead.
Indeed.
When announcement flipping does... It makes a big difference. I mean, all of a sudden this board's kind of good now.
Indeed.
Still just can't... No, can't cast Rafine, can't cast Emperor. Meat Hook for 1's doing nothing. Fairy Vandal comes in as a 2-3 though, that's quite good.
Turns out you still need lands to make most of your plays in Magic.
Wow, Sandoish draws a Lily, has the ability to loot it away, but keeps it.
Yeah, like you said here though, when you look at this Liliana, it doesn't do very much here. I guess the Meat Hook makes it more likely to hit a Rafine in the future if the plan here is to hook for 2.
Yeah, there's 3 Meat Hooks in Sandoish's deck. He's already used 1. This is an open deck list, so he knows that this Esper list is very heavy on tokens, so he's gonna have to try and save this for as long as possible, I think, and unless his plan is to win the game now, which is a reasonable plan. I mean, Pumpkin's on 7.
Here comes Lily, saying sacrifice one of your tokens. Interesting.
Pumpkin with 2 options, Reinforcements or Vandal, either of them will kill Lily.
But at the cost of not having a blocker for the next turn, and like you said, on 7.
This is pretty good for Sandoish. He's holding up either Cut Down or Pump the 1-drop. Goes for the Cut Down. Seems reasonable.
Vandal just within range here.
I mean, if Pumpkin can find a land here, it's looking hard for Sandoish to actually get this 7 damage in. Nope.
Yeah, sadly for Pumpkin, that is not the life that the Pumpkin is living today. Ooh, swinging.
Attacks.
That's a hook for 1, potentially? Yeah, trying to get something out of these cards, and get a hook down to offset the other hook.
Yeah, just Pumpkin having no lands is breaking their whole strategy here, because, I mean, their entire deck is built around making Lily bad, and Lily is actually doing okay in this game because of that.
Yeah, Basic Swamp, if there was going to be 1 land drawn this game after the 2-land keep, Basic Swamp's probably the worst one that could have been drawn.
Yeah, it's nice for Sandoish that the hook came down before the Fable flipped, so still got a chance to be able to make use of that. If he plays everything out here though, which is tempting.
Ooh. Where are you going?
Plays it safe, I respect it.
Yeah, smart move.
Alright, we need a land.
How about a Wandering Emperor? Can I interest you in a Wandering Emperor?
Flashing 2/2/2s is not the worst though. It's also not the best, is it?
When the reflection is doing reflection things.
Yeah.
7 life. You do what you can. This is not exactly the best showing that we had hoped for the Esper Tokens deck. You can see the potential just from the way the cards line up, but you have to actually cast them usually.
Although, I mean, if Pumpkin can survive this turn, this land hook for 2 again is looking not bad.
Yeah, especially if the reinforcements can take out the sleeper here.
Yep.
So
you can take 3 double block the sleeper.
Yep.
Draw a land.
Yep. And then it's cards versus no cards.
Sandoish goes in. This is actually not so bad.
Probably more than you can hope for with as bad a draw as it's been. Death Touch on the sleeper.
Yep, pretty good.
Whose hook triggers resolve first?
Land?
Oh, okay, 4 life.
It is a land, and it is a white source too. Alright, got a game now, I think. 3 blood tokens though for Sandoish, so they're going to be getting something good next turn, most likely.
Little Pumpkin was one life away from dying to hook triggers on the stack.
Yep, up and that, baby.
Oh my goodness.
So what's Little Pumpkin got left? An Emperor and a Rafine. And a kind of useless Pierce, but at least you can maybe loot that to Rafine at some point. The main concern is the 4 life. With both sides have got a hook in play, but it can still do something.
Yeah, the Spell Pierce I think is Liliana bait, but here we go, 3 lands in a row.
Wow. I said they were going to draw something good, but maybe not.
Make disappear.
Here's Make Disappear.
Doesn't do it, but the Wandering Emperor might get involved now.
Bank Buster, okay.
Nice top deck.
Could be worse.
Did someone order
Wandering
some
Emperor is
gas?
looking pretty good though.
It depends on whether or not something comes between this this Samurai and the Liliana here. What does the Bankbuster have in store? Land.
Yeah, the Emperor can kill Lily straight away, right? Flash her in, make a 3/3 token, plus up to 4.
Rafine?
Get a counter with Rafine, maybe?
Oh my gosh, look at these lands. They're still coming.
Okay. I can't believe it, but if Pumpkin has a non-land in their top 2 cards, this Lily's dead.
But it's got to be a non-land? What about
Yep.
that? Check out the irony of that. Now we need a non-land off the top.
Wow, they're thinking about just plussing the Rafine. I don't think that achieves too much. I mean, it's not dying to cut down, and plussing it doesn't stop it dying to a hook, so you should just go for the Lily kill.
Agree. And the card is the
It
Vandal.
is a non-land. Okay. Okay. And now Sandoish all of a sudden is in huge trouble. Another land.
Top deck. Bankbuster says you get a Fable.
Okay, Fable. Fable is good, but it is slow.
Yeah, the 2/2 Goblin's a lot better when there isn't a 5/5 Vigilance on the other side.
Yep,
I can't
now's a
believe it.
good time to pump your Rafine. There's another wedding announcement. You get a draw off of it this turn. It's pretty good.
Well, Pumpkin's ahead, aren't they?
I think they're going to win, yeah.
This is... what a turnaround. Oh my goodness.
You could play that land in case you draw one of your counter spells, but I think Sandoish has got a bit too much mana for the counter spells to be doing anything.
Sandoish
Just
needs
for a full
the
loop.
last meat hook in the deck.
The Bankbuster can make a token here. So you're only going to be able to get through for damage with the Rafine, but still looks very bad. Sandoish has got Invoke Despairs in his deck, which would be helpful, but only if you can get rid of these tokens first. I mean, you have to... if you don't kill the Rafine and the Emperor over the next 2 turns maximum, you're dead.
The Sleeper can force some blocks, and it has depth
Super
touch.
very good.
Yeah.
And kind of, Sandoish has got a lot of lands and just about enough life to pay that 1 life to get some draws in with it next turn. Iganjo and Otawara, both pretty useful though.
My favorite way that I killed a Lily so far is Otawara when my opponent's empty-handed plussing her.
Nice. I'm looking at Sandoish's deck list. I don't see how he gets back into this game.
I mean, chaining Invoke Despair into Invoke Despair doesn't get all the way there, right? There's creatures, there's a Planeswalker, there's 3 enchantments now.
Yeah, I mean, Invoke Despair, Liliana, these cards all get blocked by the tokens, huh? So, Pumpkin with a very nice deck here. Seems to line up very well against the other black decks, and they themselves playing a black deck, so they can, if they wanted to play Lily, they could.
Yeah.
They still get access to Cut Down, they still get access to Meat Hook, they get all the upside of the black cards, while also kind of making your opponent's black cards worse.
Graveyard Trespasser. A little bit of gain and drain.
Yep. The Rafine is threatening to, get in for 7 next turn, maybe? Oh, more than that with the Resolute Reinforcements, but Sandosh doesn't know about that.
Yep.
And I don't see what you can do here. The Fable still needs one more turn to start going, but even if the Fable gets to start going, only one blood token, so I mean you can copy a Harvester, you've still only got 2, it's only dealing 4 damage. Nowhere near enough to remove a Rafine.
Yeah, it feels like Lil Pumpkin's deck did everything it could to keep them from winning, and the Resolute Reinforcement Fairy Vandal pile is still finding a way.
It looks very good.
I love the addition of some flash element to the Rafine deck so that it doesn't feel like you have to play a turn 2 creature for the deck to be good. That's the way it always felt to me, and it felt like a bit like a trap for that reason.
Yeah, in the previous set we saw like up to 4 underdogs sometimes in these Esper decks, like just kind of mid 2-drop creature, but no underdogs in Lil Pumpkin's main deck. Just counter spells, flash creatures. In fact, I'm looking at the list here. I don't think there's a single sorcery speed card that costs 2.
Yeah, turn 2 is a mystery every game.
Yep.
Opponent can choose their own adventure of what to play around.
Even like when they've got 4 mana like this, it hides your Wandering Emperor too a little bit, because it could easily be one of the 2 mana cards that you're holding up, right?
Yep. All right. I mean, there is... Can you just swing out and win here? Are we done? Is this over?
I mean, I guess the problem with swinging out is app map on the meat hooks.
Yeah. So
you're
you'd have to
get the damage in with the Rafine.
Yep, it would have to be lethal
got 2
damage.
non-lands. There is a Fateful Absence though, but Fateful Absence would have to target one of the smaller creatures so that Sandosh can't respond by crewing.
Yep.
The token or the...
Well, the Reflection's the only thing that can't crew it.
Yeah. So you have to target the Fable, and then... But even then, you would let Sandosh kind of get a draw there, right? So they might be able to draw into a removal.
Yeah, you're risking top decking cut down or just some amazing pull off the top.
With 5 Connives here, though, I think it's unlikely that Sandosh survives here. But it looks like Pumpkin's going to go for an attack without using the Fateful Absence. Well, I guess you just draw first. Wow. Okay, that's a lot of land.
That's a lot of land. We found the land. But what if, because of the hooks, what if you just chump block here? What if Sandosh's creatures die?
Yep. That is very, very bad for Pumpkin.
So Pumpkin has to not kill 3 of these. Might have to Fateful Absence their own creature.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's see if they see it. Oh my goodness.
But they have to Fateful Absence their own creature and survive Sandosh's attack.
That's true.
I don't think they've got lethal here.
Does that Bankbuster decide to play? No.
So Sandosh needs to chump with 3 and have 1 creature survive, if possible. That would be ideal. I guess he can do that.
Yep. The Trespasser. And that's a good one. That can deal the last point of damage without having to connect.
Goes for a trade with a Harvester, which is fine.
So what's the play?
Insanely close game. These stupid meat hooks just making the game weird. So what happens here? Pumpkin's still got this Fateful Absence.
I think Pumpkin's going to die to these triggers.
Got the Fateful Absence and got Fairy Vandal blocker. Which is interesting too.
Can flash that blocker in, but if Pumpkin ends this at Oh, wait, Pumpkin's going to gain the life back. Pumpkin won't end this at 1. It's just has to survive the triggers going off. And then you gain the life back from your hook. Oh. Oh, wait. The reflection backed out. The reflection's not blocking now.
Okay, so now there's just no threat to Pumpkin, right, I think?
Yeah?
Unless I'm losing my mind here.
I'm starting to think I'm missing something.
They do get the clue. I'm surprised to not see the reflection block there.
It's a
Harvester's not doing too much.
I mean, I do feel like I mean, we're not crazy, right? If reflection blocks there, it's lethal hookies.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Underdog.
Will there be enough life for Underdog to swing? No, there won't.
It's to 1.
Underdog can crew the Bankbuster, though.
Pumpkin goes to 1 and then back to 3. Sandosh on 1. Draw. Another Emperor.
Those vigilant samurai still gumming up the works here. I think he did it.
I think
Pumpkin
Sandosh
did it.
blew it by not blowing with the Kikijiki.
Wow.
Had to block with the
Unbelievable.
Kikijiki. That was a crazy game. Pumpkin still just got 4 lands. They have drawn quite a lot and discarded them to the connives, but it was a struggle to get to that 4. But once they got there, the game just kind of went out of control.
Yeah, the land for the
kind of missed lethal, I think.
I think so. And the land off the top for the Meat Hook Massacre that got the job
huge.
done after trading with the sleeper. Yeah, just good foresight there. Very cool game.
So Sandosh, what have you got? You've got Juresses, they're not that good. Junji. Yeah, I mean, Sandosh's sideboard not looking too amazing here. I guess they've got the Parasitic Grasp, 4 copies. And there's some targets in that deck, but against all these tokens, like a single target removal is just not too great.
Yeah, you almost don't want to run very much of it, probably, especially after the board things slow down. The grasps have to be like for the aggro decks.
Yeah, I'm very surprised at both sides here. I see Sandosh keeping 2 lilies. I think you just have to get rid of them all, and I'm surprised to see Pumpkin take out 2 of those Resolute Reinforcements, the 2-mana 2/1/1s. They were very nice there. It helped buy them just enough time to get to that hook, and then once they got the hook down, they went off from there.
Yeah, they were a really important card there.
Yep.
And then we have Sandosh going to 4 Bankbusters, just trying to be the full-on control deck here.
So Sandosh still got 2 Invoke Despairs. I think Lily is very, very bad here. I think Invoke Despair is not at its best, but it's at least it can hit some Wandering Emperors. At least it can hit some Meat Hooks or maybe Wedding Announcements. There are some good non-creature targets for the Invokes, but
yeah,
I think you got to get rid of all these.
It never feels good to have to take out a Wedding Announcement with it, but those Wedding Announcements will beat you.
They will beat you.
They are very strong. They've got to go.
Here we see a problem for Sandosh, where there's only 10 red sources of mana in the whole deck. So you're going to have games where you just don't have any red. Because you have to have enough black for your Invoke Despairs. But that just leaves you, if you're not going to play some weird lands like Thran Portal or something like that, to at least give you double colors, you're going to end up getting stuck on red sometimes. But they do find a red eventually.
Never punished for long.
Too painful.
Didn't go for the Trespasser on turn 3. Definitely settling into a role of drawing with the Bankbuster, trying to be the control deck here.
Bit more reasonable mana for Pumpkin this game too. these flash cards are looking pretty good.
Indeed. Just being able to keep your options open against all the things that Rakdos can throw at you and keep them on their toes seems really nice to me. Ooh, Wandering
Get
Emperor.
rid of the Sheldred seems reasonable.
Token stay
This wedding
home.
announcement is ticking. Held the token back.
All right, Trespasser in the house has some fairy food for lunch. I wonder what that tastes like.
Trespasser is some insane card, man. It's a lot of removal in Pumpkin's hand, and Trespasser at least looking good, but the one downside to Trespasser is it actually is not at its best against Wedding Announcement decks, because this Wedding Announcement's about to flip to 3/1+ from the Wandering Emperor here, and all of a sudden this silly token is the same size as your Trespasser, and then you just feel bad.
Yeah.
That's one way to get around the ward, discard the card, just kill it in combat.
Yep, if you can gum up that ground, it's not that intimidating of a card, and the Wandering Emperor survived a turn, so the first Planeswalker sticking on the battlefield belongs to Pumpkin. No
Yeah,
meat hooks in
Sandoish's
sight,
hand
though.
is filled with like individually powerful cards, but they're just not that good against Pumpkin's deck. Like, are you gonna Harvester a token? Or are you gonna play a Trespasser into a Wedding Announcement? It just like all feels bad.
It honestly feels like it has a huge advantage against every card not named Meat Hook Massacre.
Yep.
And sometimes you just don't draw it, and sometimes you have the counterspell for it.
Pumpkin can cut down the Harvester here. Wow, we're gonna see a Bankbuster attack, and it's gonna get blocked by tokens here.
It's
They miss out
running
on 2
right
cards.
into the reinforcements. Don't do it.
Oh, that's nasty.
Don't do it. They're here. The Resolute Reinforcements, I love the hero pose. It's like the Black Widow pose on the art. It's like a landing, you know? Ah, that Bankbuster had 2 cards to go, man. Those are
that
2
hurts, doesn't it?
cards.
That hurts.
It hurts my heart, man. It hurts my heart to see those cards die in combat.
And this Trespasser is just too weak.
Pumpkin is running out of gas, though. Pumpkin isn't quite attacking for... Oh, never mind. Here it comes.
Do you main phase, do you play the reinforcements on your own turn to prevent night? Nope. Guess not.
Not afraid of scaling here. Not afraid of the glutton getting big, but you have to know this is a trap.
How many creatures are in? Only 1 creature? Okay. So do you double block the Trespass, or do you just swing back?
I mean, at 15 life, you could go either way, but with that open mana, you have to assume that there's something still to come for the turn. I don't know, double blocking is scary. What about just single block? A little half and half.
The problem with single block is that, as we've been saying, this Trespasser kind of sucks, and if you start single blocking it, then you're making it good, right?
True.
So I think I like double block.
And Deutsch thinking about maybe drawing a card and trying to save this glutton?
Again, like powerful cards for Sandoish, but in hand. But are they too slow? What do they do against a bunch of tokens?
Sleeper feels really slow right now.
Yeah, you've got a sleeper, which is you can get to 2/2. You've got a 2/2 Fable, but you're just facing a bunch of stupid 3/3s.
Yeah, it looks like Sandoish is going to go for just deploying both of those slow cards now and seeing what happens.
You can take a double block here, it's not so bad. And you've got a Bankbuster, you've got a Fable loot coming in.
Pumpkin out in front here, but can they close the
Not
deal?
lost yet.
Yeah, it's not over. This would be a great time for Sandosh to have the big comeback.
Ugh. Still got a blood token and a clue token.
This is no time to be in the hot tub.
Another Fable, I mean... yeah, sure, you can play another Fable, you can double block one of these tokens again, but... at some point you've got to stop playing Fables and start playing Sheoldreds, you know? Start playing Rooks.
Bankbuster, not the fastest card you'll find either. Ooh.
Another Emperor.
Well, it's not an immediate threat while there's another Emperor down here.
Make this appear not the best to draw when Sandosh has got all this mana.
Yep.
But could still find a window to use it though, because Sandosh will be spending mana to draw off the Bankbuster, stuff like that, and then you might be able to sneak it in. There's your awful Lily.
Yep.
It's useless.
This has to be a big turn, because there's about to be a lot of 3/3 Samurais and only 6 life.
Bankbuster might get used to attack or block again. So at least Bankbuster is a 4/4, which is relevant. But god, all these 2/2s staring down a wall of 3/3s, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have Liliana eating a human token. One of many from the wedding announcement. So now there isn't the mana to make the sleeper a 3/3. So if you're gonna crew Bankbuster, it takes 2 creatures.
Just about managed to dodge the make disappear there as well, so that's good for Sandosh.
Yeah, probably a little bit of awareness there.
Here's Rafine.
Pretty good draw.
Yeah, Rafine makes the Bankbuster block a little worse.
Also might...
Yeah, I mean, Pumpkin didn't really have much of an attack without the Rafine, but now it's a very strong attack. You've got first strike 4/4, and hopefully this token's a 4 or 5.
Ooh. So what do you keep? What do you keep for that third card? That's tough. I think I discard the Emperor. I like that.
Yep. I think that's good. Here comes Bankbuster. Another Bankbuster with 2 counters on it again, jumping, but at least you'll be able to get one draw off here before it dies.
Another card headed to the graveyard. I can't bear to watch, man.
Alright, Sandosh goes to 2 and is now dead to any Rafine attack. Lily's only on 1.
Might see Make Disappear coming up here.
Can kill the Rafine with the Harvester, at least Harvester and copy. Because we've already got that 1 blood token that's been sitting there for a long time, so good foresight from Sandosh to save that. Actually, it's literally saving the game here.
If the Rafine makes it through the turn, it's victory, right? So, I mean, do you sacrifice your Samurai here to double Make Disappear this? To keep the copy line from being an option?
Well, it wouldn't, because Sandosh can pay 4 and then attack with the Goblin token, even if they don't have a land.
But then they wouldn't have the mana for the ward, right?
But you would, right?
You
pay 4 to the Make Disappear, then you attack Make a Treasure, and then you just use the Harvester after combat.
Okay.
So if Sandosh pluses Lily, Pumpkin, I guess, is discarding the Make Disappear, keep the Hook. Does Hook win the game?
If the Samurai gets through, the Sleeper needs another mana to be able to get big enough.
Yeah, I think Sandosh might have had to discard the Fable there, keep the land, because the land would leave 3 mana, right? And then that's enough to get the sleeper to 3/3. The sleeper would still die to hook, but
Wandering Emperor
token smaller.
The Wandering Emperor would have finished the job, right, with a +1/+1 counter.
Yeah. So you go to 5, it would be -3. You're hitting for 2.
All right, Meat Hook. It looks like it's poised to take another.
What are you gonna do?
Is there a draw in the deck that can do something here? There's no Fatal Push in this format.
Cut down doesn't do it against a 5/5. Yeah, even if Sandwich kept that land, they were still dead here. And the token deck, Esper tokens takes it over the Rakdos Menace 2-0. And I mean, one of the games they were screwed on lands for quite a long time. So to walk out of there with a 2-0, I mean that is impressive, and it's looking. If you've got 4 lilies, you don't want to play against Pumpkin.
Yeah, that's a bit of a statement win there, and you know, kudos to Pumpkin. Identified that probably these black and Rakdos decks would be really popular, and found something that goes right after him, goes right into the teeth of a Liliana meta, and comes out the victor.
Yep, you're like all these the black red decks are getting a little inbred, right? They're playing tons of Lilianas, they're playing tons of underdogs to discard to their Lilianas, and therefore they're playing tons of trespassers to eat each other's, and these tokens with the wedding announcements are just blocking it all.
Yeah,
all right, we'll see you soon for the next round. All right, we're back. We just saw Pumpkin take down that win in the previous match, and we're just jumping in here to Kepson versus Crimson Bee. Kepson playing Esper, Crimson Bee playing Grixis, and we're 1-0 to Crimson Bee, and it's looking low on the clock for Crimson. So, what do you think, CGB?
That's about the only thing. That's about the only thing looking low for Crimson. It looks otherwise like the battlefield and the permanent count and the cards in hand count are all going Crimson's way.
Yeah, Kepson with two 3/3 tokens though, so Crimson struggling to get through on the ground, but getting this lifelink token in the air, so it's still pretty good, and does have a Bankbuster that can crew and attack. But yeah, it's looking bad for Kepson. But if they can find a way to squeeze out this game, I mean, Crimson just has no time left.
How good is a Kaito Ultimate on that side of the board? Let's see.
Yeah, what's the targets in Crimson? So Crimson's playing Grixis Vampires with 4 Evelyn main deck. Got the Corpse Appraisers, got the Harvesters, so bunch of good targets.
And is ripping a negate really good when you're ahead on board?
It does seem pretty good, yeah. So it looks rough for Kepson here. Crimson's got two Fables in play too, so about to do a bunch of copies, and that negate just stopping even something like a Meat Hook being an out looks very, very bad. It's another discard spell.
2 straight Pilfers off the top. Have you jammed Pilfer in any decks yet?
I have not. I'm greedy. I hate paying 2 for a discard. I want to pay 1. I'll pay 3 if I also get a Planeswalker. I'll happily cast a Lily, but it's got to be super good for me to pay 2. It seems like it's okay, but 2 mana is a lot to pay for a discard spell.
It's really hard to do.
Tempo.
Once you have done the thing where you cast Thoughtseize, it's hard to go back.
It's hard to go back.
We're getting the end step, make a million copies of a copy of a copy swing for lethal. Love it.
Yep, and we jumped in at just the wrong time there, and Crimson just easily takes them down. So we'll be back for the next round soon, guys. We'll go to upper bracket round 3. Alright, welcome back. We've got round 3 here of the upper bracket. We've got Eliad the Busod, aka Hagera. Legend of these events, always gets into the top 16, always bringing a spicy deck, and this time he's got maybe his spiciest of all time. He's got a Jeskai control deck with basically no win cons. So get strapped in, because this is going to be a long one. And
no win cons? Yep. No win cons? I'm telling you, time is our win con. It's Gandalf time finally on this channel. Let's go. Timeless Lotus to Fairy who slows the sunset. Let's do it.
Yep, so CGB's in heaven with this deck. I'm in hell. And yeah, let's see what's going on. Elliot's been kind of stomping everyone so far in the event. This game, we'll see how it does. Up against Rakdos.
You've got to feel like a deck that went to 4 Temporal Firestorm as the sweeper of choice has Rakdos in the crosshairs. It has to be something that's on Elliot's mind for sure.
Yep, got the Temporal Lockdowns good against Rakdos too. Farewell's good against Rakdos too. A bunch of Teferis, life gain can help a lot just to stabilize a little bit. And what do you think about the Teferi untapping Timeless Lotus combo?
I think that you make a lot of mana, and that, to me, starts to get exciting. I think that Silver Scrutiny and Teferi and Timeless Lotus is the real sauce, because I want to see how many cards Elliot can draw in this. I just want to see like a draw 10. Is that too much to ask for in the tournament?
It's too much for the Rakdos player, I would say. They don't want to see them drawing 10.
Nice Liliana.
Draw 1.
Nice Liliana, yep. +1, bro. Appreciate it.
Well, Elliot's Jeskai control deck with, I believe, 9 main deck sweepers and 1 single target removal spell. So just all in on no board at all, please. I want nothing to be going on in this game. Where we see some of the new cards for Hagera. He's got Silver Scrutiny, which is a sorcery speed X cost draw spell, but if you cast it for X is 3 or less, it will have flash. So that's pretty nice. And then Temporal Firestorm, which is our new red sweeper, similar to Burn Down the House. What do you think about using the Firestorm instead of Burn Down the House?
So normally I'd be against it, because I just think that having like a Planeswalker to protect and 7 or 10 mana is magical Christmas land. But
yep.
Kind of crack the code. You just need a Timeless Lotus and a Teferi and you can do it. Like it could come up.
Yep. And we see Zilper's Rakdos deck here. A bit of a slow start, not what you want on the draw, and only some 3-drops. You want to be getting on the board very early, especially against a deck like Elliot's.
Yeah, if you were hoping to top an underdog, it didn't happen, so I do just want to give a shout, like just kind of give a moment of appreciation. All the new cards we're already seeing in this top 16, like a lot of people trying the new cards and they look good.
Yep. Fable and the Braids, obviously all that Zilper's got available here, but both cards are pretty good against a control deck, I would say. Braids, especially, Braids maybe not at its best normally against a control deck, but against Elliot's like heavy sweeper version, Braids should be able to at least get 1 trigger off most of the time before it gets swept away.
Fable trying to fix the flood issue going on, but how about the Celestis, a card that literally rewards you for doing nothing? Just get that 1 life and that loot by just being as Gandalf as possible and passing the turn.
It disgusts me, okay? It disgusts me. Like, you should have to pay a tax to pass the turn and holding up all your mana. You shouldn't get a benefit. Horrific.
I just like the idea of the longer you stay alive, the more free stuff you get. Yeah, like that's how the world should work.
It's an amazing card in these control decks, and temporary lockdown. Being able to play Celestis and temporary lockdown on the same deck just does seem very good. It's good to get these 3, like if being able to play 3 mana permanents, because you know that your lockdown's not going to be eating your own stuff. It's pretty good. It gives you a lot of options.
I was finding it pretty easy to build good lockdown decks, you know, giving up on 1 and 2 mana permanents for the most part. I was having a hard time dealing with 3 and 4 mana planeswalkers, and that's where Temporal Firestorm comes in. So I'm really looking forward to see how this matchup plays differently with the addition of red. Also looking forward to this draw 3 at the end of turn potentially.
Yeah, got Elliot gonna have a choice here, draw 3 or play the Emperor. Here's Braids. And we can see the one downside to overloading on sweepers like Elliot had is these creatures that have end-step triggers, you're gonna have to let them get at least one trigger most of the time.
Yep, Braids replaces herself nicely right there.
There's your draw 3, that feels good.
Injected into my veins.
And to the surprise of nobody, Elliot passes the turn.
I don't know. I start looking at Firestorms, but I guess Wandering Emperor is pretty good. Pretty good card.
Zilper with Anvil, Epicure, just a lot of cards in hand here that get eaten up by a lockdown. And because the lockdown itself is an enchantment rather than an artifact, just very difficult for a Rakdos Anvil deck to ever remove it, so it's most likely just going to stick on there for the whole game whenever Elliot decides to pop it off.
Yeah, you've got to believe that the Anvil deck really didn't want to see this matchup, like really wanted to dodge this one. Or temporary lockdowns after sideboarding. The biggest problem I've had with the lockdown is Invoke Despair, and I don't believe we're going to run into any out of this Anvil list.
Yeah, so Elliot, do you play the Emperor? I mean, I don't see why not, but
you're lining up
because you're kind of committed to a board wipe, and if you play your Emperor, you turn off your Firestorm, right? Basically.
You do have the mana to phase the Emperor, right?
Yeah, 7 to phase it, right? Another 2.
Yeah. Kicker of 2. So you could do that, and it looks like there's no other instant speed after the Emperor, so it's not like you're missing out on doing something next turn.
You're flashing in the Emperor, plussing it, untapping, plussing it again, and then phasing it?
You could minus if you really care about the 2 life, but I mean, plus sounds pretty nice to me. It's not that easy for these decks to kill it. Okay, life it is.
Minus, huh? Very interesting.
Come on, put the +1/+1 counter on the opponent's creature just for the LOLs. What are you doing? You're a streamer.
Here's your Firestorm. So it deals 5 damage to all creatures and planeswalkers, but if you kick it like Elliot has here, Elliot will get to phase out his own Emperor, so it's not gonna die. That feels good.
This is the first Temporal Firestorm I've seen cast.
Me too.
So seeing it kicked the very first time it's played is kind of like, okay, maybe I really did undervalue that.
Celestis, just incredibly important in this game. I mean, if Elliot wasn't able to get this kick off this turn, the game would look very different. That's nasty, isn't it?
Full whiff on the Takenuma. Ooh, I felt that one.
Yeah. This matchup just feels awful for the Rakdos player. Like, you need to try and win somehow, but you also you can't overcommit at all. I mean, you struggle to justify having more than 2 threats at any time. But if you're only playing 2, then Elliot can just start casting some Emperors, can start casting some Celestises, some Teferis, some Lotuses, some draw spells. You know, you need to commit, but you also need to not commit, and that's hard to solve.
Well, the Anvil deck will have a lot of options. It's hard to find good ones, but it will have a lot of options. You see that it has what is that? A Balduvian Atrocity? What do you think of that card?
I have not played it or played against it, but it seems like it's. I was reading it before we went live, and it seems okay.
Yeah.
You're going to have to use it for the kicker effect almost all the time, but 4 mana, 2/3 menace, and you can return your Raids, I imagine, would be your target most of the time. But yeah, it seems good to me.
Or something that you just want to sacrifice to your Braids, I guess. Yep. I'm sure it can do a lot. What's this
If you've got two of them, they can kind of... If you've got two of these and a Braids, they can loop themselves, right? Pretty cool.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's kind of smooth. Maybe it's infinite Braids combo. It's a combo deck.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of cards that you can play in Anvil. There's a ton of choices, so we'll see if it can make it to the final build of the best version of Anvil. But it's definitely an interesting choice. Gives you a little bit of value, because the Anvil decks have lost a bit of value with No Deadly Dispute. So just trying different ways to recover that value with Braids and with the Atrocity. Braids has been good in this game so far, and it is punishing Elliot a little bit for all of this sorcery speed removal.
Yep. Keeping the hand full. Anvil's a long way from being out of it, but there's just four sweepers in hand, dude.
Yep. Probably the lockdown comes down here, but Braids does survive.
Yeah, can go after the
Zilper
Emperor.
can respond with an Anvil trigger, get another Drain out. And doing well not to ever overcommit, while also getting enough threats on the board that Hagera is having to use a sweeper most turns. Still got a lot of value in hand.
Is that for Tramway Station?
Yep.
Yeah. Just casual 4 mana and tap, Stone Rain yourself. You too can be the proud owner of one more card.
And Zilper, even after Elliot's draw 3 earlier and Celestus and bunch of board wipes, still got a lot of cards. And most of them are going to be drawing more cards. You've got a Fell Stinger there, you've got Epicure giving you a blood token, get rid of an extra land, you've got the Atrocity that we spoke of. Braids is still on the board. Not only is Braids still on the board, but the Emperor is not.
Yeah, just brought home the head of a Wandering Emperor, so Braids is doing work so far. Man, I remember a time, I'm going to have my boomer moment, when blue was the only color that drew cards.
This Rakdos deck is doing impressive stuff here. I can't believe it's fighting through all of these wipes. Still 3 to go, but damn, Braids is good, huh?
Chances of this coming down to decking.
Still got 6 cards in hand. Another Emperor for Elliot. I mean, these board wipes are nice, but Elliot has to...
I mean, it's just 2. You just got 2 cards, and that Braids already drew 2 cards, and the Fell Stinger drew 2 cards. I think he's down on that exchange.
Yeah, the board wipes are leaving them behind. And it's not as if Zilper is just like playing all of their value cards and playing them into the board wipes. They're playing all these value cards, but their hand is still only value cards too, so... Here comes the Atrocity. There's your Braids. Gets haste. Gets in for an attack and gets to trigger.
Well,
on end step.
Wandering Emperor might have something to say.
It's gotta feel bad though to use Wandering Emperor on a creature that was gonna die at the end of turn anyway.
I mean, there isn't much that feels good anymore for blue players, okay? Every trade feels bad for blue players now. We just do it anyway, because we're committed to a way of life that shouldn't exist anymore.
There's Witness the Future. Okay, maybe Elliot can start working towards stabilizing here. Zilper finally is running out of stuff. Does still have a Fell Stinger, but that Witness the Future, it makes Elliot's hand look a lot better. It was clunky board wipes only before, but
well,
yeah, now we've got...
Witness is at the mercy of what's in the top 4. Ooh, Memory Deluge.
Deluge or Emperor?
I mean...
Deluge, right?
I don't turn away a Deluge in the mid to late game ever, but I might have a problem.
Sheoldred. Sheoldred deals damage on card draw, so Memory Deluge gets around that at least.
Doesn't get around a Fell Stinger to the face, though. What is that? That's like 6-7 damage just straight to the face with the meat
7
hook?
damage.
Ooh. Interesting.
You could go in for the Sokenzan first? It's hard to justify that though, but you do play around the board wipes a little bit by doing that. It's not so bad. You know Elliot's deck is filled with board wipes. Like I think going Sokenzan here, you've got enough mana for the Sheoldred Fellstinger combo next turn. If you can get in for 4, you put them to 7. You're still threatening 4. I mean, that board has to be dealt with first in the first place, and then you've got this backup combo.
Mm-hmm. Well, here comes
Okay, goes for the Sokenzan, but commits the Sheoldred.
Yep. I mean, that hook is going to be painful. Perhaps we'll see a temporary lockdown just to dodge it. I think that Elliot really needs a Teferi. Teferi, one of the big roles that is often forgotten is you need to offset all this life loss. And Teferi's 2 life a turn can do that, but hasn't found one.
There is 4 Teferis in the deck, so a bit unlucky to not have found it, especially when he keeps digging 4 cards with the Witness the Future, now the Memory Deluge. He cast that in X=3 draw spell earlier, still no Tefs. A few Celestis triggers.
Yeah, what kind of a mage are you where all your Teferis are just hanging out at the bottom? I don't understand. Who would do this?
Board wipes can be good. Board wipes can be great, but they do not win the game by themselves. Not against decks these days.
You say that.
You need to back those up with your Tef.
You say that, but here Elliot is like, give me another board wipe.
Takes the Silver Scrutiny, so very interesting. It can draw a ton of cards, but Elliot first needs to make a window to actually use it.
Yeah, just draw 8 cards, die on board, easy.
The lockdown would only take the tokens and the hook. Getting rid of the hook is important though, because then that will make your other wipes much better. Right now, Firestorm, yeah, it clears the board, but you go to 1.
I really think we're going to see lockdown and then Firestorm. Just throw 2 sweepers at 1 board, which says everything I think we need to say. Good old double sweep.
You definitely can't use the Scrutiny until you've removed this Sheoldred, that's for sure.
That would be a really entertaining way to die. You know how people would like Seagate Restoration into a Narset? This is worse.
Yep. Much worse. Okay, so Zilper can go for another hook. And then, yeah, I mean, you can Fell Stinger, but you're paying 3 to sack your own creature. I don't think you're in a position to go to opponent with this Fell Stinger here. You would get them down to 2, but
Celestis can rebuild that really fast. Yeah. A top deck Teferi rebuilds it.
You know there's Teferis in the opponent's deck.
Yeah, this is the edge right here. Like, this was a turn. The pressure had to stay on. And it doesn't look like a voltage surge off the top is going to do it.
Yeah, it looks like Zilper's not going to be able to finish the game this turn. So Elliot's going to probably find a window for this Scrutiny. And yeah, the lockdown on the meat hook. Maybe saving the game. This next meat hook is not anywhere near to as scary as the first one was.
He's not casting that Fell Stinger. Wow.
Holding.
Hold.
Very interesting hold. Alright, so what's your X here?
Well, that's a great question. I think
11 mana total if you play the land.
You don't need 11. You probably don't need 11. Oh man.
Go for 5 maybe? That leaves you 4 mana. And then you can get one of your Teferis down.
Yeah, that's pretty good. 5 seems really nice. But what about just pass? What about just gain that life from the Celestis? Get that freebie.
Yeah, and you can just dig with the Deluge. Deluge will maybe find you a F anyway.
Yeah, it goes 7 deep for 7 mana.
Yeah, because Deluge might be able to find Elliot a Teferi and a Lotus. Be good. Looks like he's going for it this turn. For 4?
Elliot didn't
5?
come this far to not draw cards.
Yeah, going for the 5. Do we get a Tef? There's
Indeed.
the Tef, but also an Emperor.
Let's slow this down.
And yeah, it looks... Did Elliot just win? Maybe.
You're trying to think of draws. I mean, 5 life, going up to 7. Fellstinger in hand. Like, what is the sequence that gets you out of this? And I'm wondering if that card whose name is escaping me, the 2/3 that's in the graveyard, Balduvian question mark, you know? Is there a way to chain those? Balduvian Atrocity.
Fellstinger can be 3 damage, but I mean, the Anvil can be 1? That's not 7.
It's all gonna spiral the other way here with Teferi.
And at this point, you've got to draw off this Fellstinger.
You gotta give it a
Your
shot.
opponent.
You have to try. I mean,
Maybe you could hold it if you had Anvil and another artifact, and you could start making some tokens. But if you don't use the Fellstinger this turn, then you're playing Anvil and passing, and that's just a concession.
yeah. I mean, do you think that you pitch your Anvil to itself, make a 1/1, and keep a 3/2 on the board? Just have something? It doesn't sound very good to me.
Doesn't sound very good to me either, and that would leave you with not very much mana left in the turn anyway to even do anything with the cards that you're drawing.
I mean, I just hope we stick in this long enough to see a Lotus, because as long as it took us to find Teferi, we still haven't seen a Lotus either.
Yeah, I mean, Elliot, for this whole game, he was dying, and now suddenly he's invincible.
Yeah, blink and you might miss it.
Does go for the Anvil. Do you make a token? You do. A 6.
Here
Fellstinger,
comes-
sack the token. Who gets to draw? It's got to be yourself.
You can't burn him out from that position. It's just not going to get there.
Not with a Celestis, not with a Tef.
Okay.
Epicure and Braids are pretty good. Can't get the Braids down this turn, sadly. I just don't see how Zilper gets this damage in.
I think he needs a few mistakes here from Elliot. Like, if Elliot minus his Tef instead of plussing,
Yeah.
and doesn't activate Celestis, you know? Somehow runs Wandering Emperor into the wrong situation. You need a little help. Oh, I know.
Zilper's-
Loses the internet.
Zilper's thinking about holding the land to use it as a blood token discard, but I think you can play that land. I mean, it's a good land. You can draw with that land anyway, so that's fine. You want to use your blood tokens on a swamp, for example.
Dude,
Light up the night. Oh my god, how much damage is that?
I didn't even notice there was a Light Up the Night in this list.
Yep, 1 copy.
Oh, that's the win con. Nice.
Light up the night. Teferi or tap Lotus, untap Lotus with Teferi. Light up the night for 20. That's what we're going for. Still no Lotus though. Where are these Lotuses?
I mean, right now I think the Light Up the Night is 16, because you can cast it for 12 and then leave 1 and drain your Teferi. Right? Or no, the flashback's 4. Never mind.
Flashback's 4, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
So it's 2, 5, 8, 10, 11, 12 mana for Elliot. Could go up to 14, I guess, with a Teferi plus. That would be 13 damage.
When I was a younger man, I lit up the night more often. It's been a while. I don't have the 4 mana to do that all the time. All right, Teferi. What happens now?
Yeah, this meat hook is kind of annoying again, though. The Teferi can get you back to 6.
Celestis to 7. Just use Emperors, I think, to defend yourself. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Zilper does have a Voltage Surge, though, and could Voltage Surge his own creature in response to an Emperor and stop that life gain at least.
Yep. That's the situation that he's got to play for right now, is catch Elliot kind of counting on that Wandering Emperor and then sweep it out from under him.
Elliot has Deluge and Emperor available, though. I mean, he can easily just pass here, right? And that would get him a Celestis trigger at least for 1 more life.
Oh yeah, I would be in on that Celestis trigger. Look at this. Main
phase Emperor. Wow.
Oh, here we go.
Played around the Surge.
Yep.
Very, very impressive.
Very nice. I mean, what's better than a Celestis trigger in 1 life, 2 life from your Emperor, and making sure that creature's gone?
Still got 10 mana. Not got much else to do other than just use the Deluge, so...
Yeah? Thinking about just activating that Celestis.
A Celestis trigger would take him off the Deluge, though, so... Soul Transfer. Does have an enchantment, does have an artifact, so would be able to get a creature back.
The deck never stops grinding. That answers
to
Teferi.
Reanimator creature? Is that one in the graveyard? Did that get removed or destroyed or exiled?
I'm 90% sure it's in the graveyard because Temporal Firestorm is what removed it.
Yep, okay. Well, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's really good. That is one of the better draws.
Soul Transfer Braids this turn, get your Braids trigger, and then set up for the Reanimate next turn.
It's got to make it past this Deluge. What do we got for counters up in here? There's an Urtai's Scorn and a Negate.
When you're digging 7, I mean, you can probably find one.
You'd think so, but I have been there too many times where you just look at your 7 lands, or maybe in Elliot's case, your 7 sweepers that don't do anything about it.
Goes for the Sheoldred, okay.
Lets it
Elliot
resolve.
just instantly lets it resolve. Really wants to do something other than counter, I guess, this turn.
Yeah, not interested in defending Teferi, just gonna save it till the end step. Get the max info.
He has dug through a lot of his deck, and only 33 cards left. He's got this Deluge coming in. He can rely on finding another one, I think.
Okay, let's see how many Timeless Lotus.
No Teferi, farewell though, and the counter spell.
Yep, counter was
there. Where are
there.
these other Teferis?
What's the pick? What's the pick?
Farewell, it's just actually not really that good here. I mean, you can't choose artifact or enchantment.
Yep. Bail on your own graveyard. You give up your Witness the Future win con, and trust me, you might need it.
Elliot, 15 minutes left on the clock. It's only game 1.
We might get to see Turbo
that's
Jeskai.
Important. Oh no.
Anything but that.
Nice scorn for 2, very nice. Have you got a scorn off for 2 yet?
I have not gotten a scorn off for 2 yet. My opponents are consistently just not playing anything because I've run them, into the ground already. Just sadly cast it for 3.
Elliot minusing on a 1/1, just taking every point of life he can find. Fine. Is that our first Celestis trigger?
Aside from the freebie from casting it the first time, yeah.
First paid one.
Yep.
Right, what can we do with this braids?
I don't know if you want to surge right now. If you double spell here, you give back a Celestis trigger.
Probably braids is going to eat a blood token here.
Yeah, Celestis is probably worth more than the 2 life.
2 life and a draw?
I think it is.
I think he might sacrifice it, you know.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's done its work.
Doesn't
Yeah.
go for it. Virus Beetle.
Constructed All-Star.
I'm impressed that Zilper feels like they're still in this game.
I'm amazed, but I don't think they're as close as they were a few turns ago, that's for sure.
Ooh, there's Teferi. And now Elliot goes back to 11, possibly even 12, maybe 14 with the Emperor if he goes for this tap trick again. And now it looks bleak.
No braids, don't leave. There's still clock damage to consider. We know the light up the night is on the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, Elliot has to end the game somehow because he's still got another game to win.
Maybe he knows how much I'm enjoying this. Yeah, it would just max Jeskai time. Let's go.
The Beetle.
Discard a
Not really
sweeper.
something you want to use Otawara on.
I think Otawara's most likely in these situations to either save a Planeswalker or reuse a lockdown. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, Beetle pretty nice with Fable for upkeep discards. If Zilper can ever get to that situation, but I doubt it. That is a silver scrutiny for X equals too much.
X equals
Yeah.
frickin' 10, baby. Bring it in. Come here,
Disgusts
buddy.
me.
It's all mine. We still don't have a Lotus on the field, but it's in the hand now. We can see a light at the end of the tunnel. A world where the Timeless Lotus comes down.
Elliot left with 4 mana. March a token. Now what though? Elliot was so happy about doing an X equals 10, he forgot to use his Emperor. Like, I don't need to do my Emperor, I've got 10 cards.
I would say that I've never done that before, but I'd be lying. Sometimes that draw 10, man, you can't
there's
process
an atrocity.
it all. Ooh.
Can that do anything?
Might be able to do a lot here.
You can get a braids.
16
It does
is
get
a
under
lot
the
of
negate,
life.
that feels good.
Yeah, it does get past the negate, but how do you deal 16? 16's a lot.
There is a Sheoldred. Oh, it's mana value 3 or less, okay, so it's got to be braids.
All right, taking some chunks out of the Planeswalkers. And, you know, when it comes to time, the Anvil deck doesn't have to win, just has to keep Jeskai from winning.
That's true, and I mean, these Wandering Emperors keep dying, so I'm not sure Elliot can actually end this game until he finds the light of the night. So he's got to dig.
Well, the Lotus is here, and there is another Scrutiny there. So, I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
how much are we going to
Elliot's-
draw?
Elliot is now playing very fast. I think he's just realised his clock situation. It's a serious problem. Because this Rakdos deck seems like it can grind. And there's a possibility that Zilper might win this match with a score of 0-1.
But at least at least no matter what happens, Elliot got some Timeless Lotus to Fairy action.
He did.
And a Temporal Firestorm double freaking kicked. My God.
Can Elliot dig his entire deck and kill Zoper in the same turn next turn? That's the question. Because Elliot's not going to die.
Not from damage.
The Light Up the Night was at the bottom of the deck, but it's not anymore, at least. So we won't have to dig too far for it.
Alright, the one negate is gone. All counter spells have been spent, although there is a Witness the Future there.
Alright, here we go.
Let's do this.
Draw 8.
Light
There's
up
your
the
Light
night.
Up the Night.
So,
Untap.
does he need another turn here?
What's that? That is 6, 9, 10, 15, 16. 15 damage? Does need another turn.
Alright. Wandering Emperor gonna take out the Reflection. Just BFFs with Teferi. You love to see Planeswalkers getting along to this level.
Elliot is just putting more card draw back into the deck. What? Your clock, man. Your clock.
He did forget to witness the future. The other witnessed the future. So for those of you concerned, he won't be able to do it again. So there is that.
TikTok, man. Under 10 minutes. It's game 1.
Oh man, he's got him right where he wants him. Just win game 1 and stall out game 2, and oh wait, nope, that's not how that works. This isn't paper.
I hope Elliot's got some squeeze in his sideboard or something. Maybe an aggro plan game 2.
He has
And I'm
an
looking,
aggro
there's not.
plan. He has an aggro plan. It's Reckoner Bankbuster Beatdown.
I'm one anointed peacekeeper.
Yeah, you just name Voltage Surge, right, and you're fine. Oh my goodness. How about an unlicensed Hearst attack for 20? Does that do it for you? Is that a good beatdown plan?
Yeah. I mean, Elliot is going to win this game, but at what cost?
The cost
the
of
Light
our
Up the Night.
viewers' time. The cost of Crokeyz
Yeah.
break time. There it is.
See ya. Elliot has 9.5 minutes to win a game of Magic with a deck that can't win a game of Magic in under an hour.
Just deep breaths.
The numbers don't add up.
Visualize. Focus. See the victory.
I wonder, will we see the Peacekeeper? Will we see the one-off Peacekeeper aggro?
It has a power and toughness. It's really good against Anvil, right? You can name Anvil, and then they have to pay 2 every time they use it.
Zilper with access to 2 Abrades, which could be very useful. No way to destroy enchantments though.
Ooh.
So the lockdowns will be sticking.
Can you
Let's
imagine
have some discard at least. Can maybe get them that way, but
Can you imagine slam your Timeless Lotus, get abraded? Oh.
yeah,
Oh.
that sucks.
That's not good. That's not good.
A lot of 3-mana cards for Zoper.
Yeah, that curve looks like the middle finger.
Elliot, I don't think has made any changes yet. Still thinking about it.
Going to 3
Just for
farewells.
more sweepers.
What? What?
I need more. That last game I didn't have enough. I had 2 temporal firestorms in my hand for the whole game, but that's not enough.
He
To
had
be able to hold at least 3.
he had the wisdom up against the clock to cut the Witness the Future game plan from the deck.
Yeah, here comes the Hearst beatdown. He was thinking about it.
I like the Hearst beatdown. I
How
would.
do you crew the
I'd do
Hearst with only with your Emperors?
Yeah, yeah. You've got
enough.
infinite tutus.
Hullbreaker Horror comes in.
One big
copy.
squid.
Could play 2. 10 seconds, man. Impulse out. Negate in. 5 seconds. Impulse out. Second Horror in. Okay, we've got a plan. We're hitting with Shrimps.
I feel like
Shrimp
he's
beatdown.
Elliot must be one of those types who's just not really alive until the clock is like, you know, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, you know?
Good hand for Elliot, I think. It seems like it should be a good hand.
You shouldn't get
Terrible
run
hand
over.
for Zilper. 1 land.
It's gotta go.
1 land on the play. Keeps it. Keeps 1 land.
Wow.
Does have a blood token. But, I mean, you really don't want to be blood tokening to dig for a land.
Fearless.
Big moment.
It's a land.
It's a tapped land, but it's a land at least. Now the blood token doesn't feel so bad. You're happy to use it here. Does have a braid for Celestis too.
Unless...
And a Planeswalker.
Don't chuck that a braid. What do you chuck?
What
Kind
do
of a
you
tough
chuck?
call. That's a tough call. It might be braids. You won't have a blood token unless you're going to play the Harvester first, and then you might be off curve anyway if you draw lands. It's the Abrade.
Nasty. Did get the land off of it though, so there's something there. Wouldn't have had it otherwise. Do you go Braid, Sack Epicure? Or Bellstinger?
Oh, both are a tough call, but right now you have plenty of clock. Take a look through the deck list, figure out how many 2-mana counterspells to play around, and pick out what's best for you. And it looks like it's going to be Fellstinger.
I think Fellstinger is good.
Yeah.
If you the problem with playing Braids there is if you Braids and sack the Epicure, then you leave yourself with nothing to use your Fellstinger on.
Yep.
You've got to play the Harvester first, and then it gets a little bit awkward.
Double Soul Transfer. Double Soul Transfer. That's a lot of
There is a
planeswalking hate.
Farewell. Zilper just has to do the same thing they did last game, really. Commit enough to force a board wipe without creating a situation where the board wipe leaves you out of stuff. And
Try to get enough.
Just the Harvester seems enough to do that.
Yeah, I like that. Try to get just enough value as you go, too, that you don't run out of gas.
Zilper would really like to be able to get the Jaya down next turn, I think, if they can.
This black-red deck could really, really use some haste threats. Like, oh my gosh, is it really missing them in this matchup?
Elliot is on 9. So Elliot has to use Firestorm or Farewell next turn. Zilper should hopefully recognize that. Okay. Goes for Braids.
Oh yeah, you know they're not going to give up their Celestis, but you could give up like a Fellstinger or something expecting a sweeper here. I don't know if you really want your blood token that bad, but it was an option.
Braids does get Elliot down to 7 here. There's the Horror. And another Farewell. Okay. Do you Farewell here or Firestorm?
I think you farewell. I think you have to start thinking about mana efficiency because you've got a lot of expensive cards in this hand. Okay.
Yep.
Oh
man.
There you go.
A Duress for Zilper could help a lot here. There's a land, another tap land though, so would have to be Harvester alongside Duress if you want to play the Duress.
Yeah. I feel like Zilper...
Let's have the 4th mana to kick this Atrocity though, and man, this Atrocity represents a lot of damage. You kick the Atrocity for 1, you bring back a Braids attacks for 3, and then you get the Braids trigger on end step. It's 5 damage.
It's really good for Zilper to get a look at this Hullbreaker Horror here, because that would be the risk of the Atrocity, is if you make that play and run right, like tap out and run right into the Kraken.
Elliot gets a Celestis trigger here, which has got to feel good. Here's a negate. Whoa, Zilper could run their Jaya right into this negate.
True. But he's going to be looking at that Hullbreaker Horror. I think the play might be the Sheldred because it can ignore the horror, but then that runs into the Firestorm, so that doesn't help very much either.
Yeah, I mean, the Sheldred ignores the horror, yeah, but Elliot can just play the horror and then bounce the Sheldred, right?
True.
So yeah, it would get in for 2 damage, but... Oh, I mean, maybe it wouldn't even get in for 2 damage, because Elliot could maybe go for a upkeep instant speed spell.
Yep. Oh, it's a tough spot. How are you going to get these last points through?
Just look terrible.
They really do. They're good against those planeswalkers, but that giant lobster is here.
Zilper's hand, like these cards are so clunky here. Like you can only cast 1 spell.
So try to piece together some combination that's going to deal enough damage through a Celestis to just inch over the finish line.
Elliot did not negate the anvil, so I guess is going to go for horror here.
Oh yeah, this is a
could
horror
have negated
plan.
the anvil and used scrutiny for 3 flash, but went for the horror instead, and I guess is able to hold these up.
That's a lockdown.
And now Shrimp the boy. Lockdown's so good here.
I don't think Hullbreaker Horror is going to need all 6 minutes of the clock to do the job.
No.
And Silver Scrutiny can be cast at instant speed, so if this Soul Transfer hits the stack, it probably won't find its target.
Yeah, being able to counter your opponent's removal spell by drawing 3 cards seems pretty good.
Has Elliot ever taken home one of these? I've seen him in your top 8s very often.
Yeah, he's went deep a lot. He's not managed to win one yet, though.
Yeah, I think it was Kamigawa. He got 2nd, I think.
Yep.
Well, he's going to be knocking... It looks like he's going to be knocking on the door again, unless something goes terribly wrong here.
How many instants does Elliot have? Just the 1, huh?
Yeah, there's 1 negate.
No, he does have enough for Deluge and negate, and I'm surprised to see him take himself off 2 instant speed spells here. Because that doesn't... Having access to 2 instants is just going to win the game for sure, no?
Yeah, it's probably just game over. But perhaps he's also very confident in his ability as long as he's gaining life to win.
Wow.
You know what? He says 5 minutes is too much. he wants it down under a minute. He's got a content goal here.
That's it. I believe that's it.
Yeah, no other way
See
out.
the concede, and Elliot takes 22 minutes, I believe, off his clock to win game 1. 3 minutes of clock to win game 2, and that's the power of the shrimp, baby.
9
How did you feel about
main deck sweepers. We got to see a double kick Temporal Firestorm saving a Teferi and a Wandering Emperor. We got to see Teferi twiddling a Lotus. We got Light Up the Night for 17. What more could you ask for?
Does that Jeskai deck make it all worth the early rise this morning?
Not
yet.
Let's just
all right,
say
we'll see you
I
for the
don't
next
regret
game.
it.
All right, we've got the winners bracket final. There's 8 players left in the event. We're looking at the top 2 right now. We've got Elish Norn playing Jund and Hagera Elliot playing his Jeskai Gandalf deck. So the winner of this match coming up will be in the grand finals. So a lot to play for here. But we've still got, looking at the 8 players left, we've got a wide variety of decks. Looks like we've got 2 Junds left, a Grixis, a Mono White, an Esper, a Jeskai deck. So yeah, all to play for still. How do you feel about this one, CGB?
I strongly appreciate the Jeskai representation, the blue-white representation up here. I'm really curious about how the mono-white deck hangs in there. Like, it feels like mono-white got kind of gutted by rotation, and It's interesting to see one making it this far.
Yeah, there's the mono white is kind of making its way through the lower bracket. It looks like its next match is going to be against Rakdos midrange, so that could be a tough one. Maybe the mono white's like preying on these heavy midrange decks, but the Rakdos midrange deck is a little bit faster and can compete a little bit earlier with those white creatures. So we'll see how it stands up to that one.
Here
But
in
yeah,
the game,
in this match anyway.
Whew, look at this.
Yeah.
2 hands with 5 lands and expensive cards.
We see Soul of Windgrace, which is one of the new cards in Pixboom's hand. I think it's incredibly strong. And then, so as long as there's a land in either graveyard, you can start ramping with it on ETB and on attack. There's a Rutstein, hits a land straight away as well, so that gives you the perfect Windgrace curve. However, if you do commit the Windgrace, you will get to ramp, but we see Elliot's hand, and to the surprise of nobody, there's a million board wipes there.
Speaking of ramp, we just saw Celestis into Timeless Lotus, absolutely fearless, and it's gonna untap with 11 mana, dude.
Yeah, that's a little unfair.
That's not right.
What type of answers does Jund have? So this Jund has 2 Titans main deck, which can deal with the Lotus. And that's it. 2 Titans, and I mean the Soul of Windgrace is helping to ramp towards those Titans, but well, not only does Pixboom not have a Titan available in hand to use anyway, but also, even if they did have one, Elliot would still have an enormous turn here.
Yeah, Farewell doesn't care about Titans. Farewell says bye-bye to Titans. Oh my gosh, what do you even do with all this mana, dude?
What do you do with this mana? I mean, you don't really want these creatures to keep going, because they are both going to keep getting value every turn, so you do kind of want to get rid of them.
You probably want to use the Celestis. There's probably something here you'd loot, but you know, maybe not even. I'm not even sure that you want to loot any of this. Hold on, let's adjust our auto tap. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I think Firestorm. I don't think you want to commit the Farewell, because Farewell's got a lot of targets against this Jund deck. There's a lot of sagas. There's like Meat Hook Massacres. I mean, you want to get rid of the enchantments too, not just only creatures. So yeah, it does go for the Firestorm and is able to hold up Emperor too.
I appreciate that Elliot is picking a fight not only with his opponent here, but the arena client itself to try to get the exactly correct blue mana left over after using the Lotus mana.
Yep, and here's another part of the Soul of Windgrace that makes it so good. Using 2 treasures there to discard a land and draw a card. Yeah, I mean, this early Lotus... What do you do?
I guess you hope that Elliot doesn't draw any cards to make use of all that mana, but I mean, it's a deck just overloaded with expensive stuff.
There's a negate, a Nighttime Trespasser, that's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, if Elliot can find a single draw spell, might be able to close this game very quickly.
Oh yeah. If Norn also commits like a Trespasser or Teachings here, that's just another thing to run into a Farewell.
And with all this mana, I mean, Elliot can just almost freely activate Celestis every turn.
Yep, any bad draw becomes at least a reroll.
There's a land, don't need that. There's a land, don't need that. Let's get rid of it.
See how many we can get in a row. I mean,
is this a Farewell?
He's still got
Leave
21
yourself
life.
a little exposed.
He's got 21 life. He can wait if he wants to. I don't know, man.
Let's go for the pass. So the Trespasser gets bigger, but we do get a Celestis trigger as a counter spell. That seems good.
11 mana, I pass. How do you feel about that?
Yep. 3 mana counter spell is a good answer to a Titan of Industry. Trespasser does get bigger from the Teachings token. Teachings is another card I've been really impressed with. Not from Dominaria, but not really seen any play until now. Just another, like the Pumpkin Esper deck we saw earlier, just using all these tokens. The Teachings very good against Liliana as well. 2 creatures in 1 card, plus the Jund deck can use the mill 3 part very well. It gets, you can put your underdogs into the graveyard, you can put your squeeze into the graveyard, you can put lands into the graveyard for your Windgrace, you can put Titans into the graveyard for your Cruelty Saga. Just a really amazing card.
You're the only person I know who plays it. But, I mean...
I won't be for long. I promise you that.
Good. You did kick my ass with it yesterday on Random Ladder Game.
I did. I was on my phone. It was an easy win.
I was also on my phone. Your phone must be better than mine. Mine must have shoddy signal and bad resolution.
So Elliot's got a ton of mana, but I mean, just a couple of counter spells. Like the Farewell's going to be good here. Pixbin will get to redraw with his Triomes. Oh, there we go.
There you go. That's the juice.
I guess Elliot's only question is, does he have to cash in the draw now? Like, is there any discard in the Jund deck?
I mean...
I'm looking... I see none. So you can just go for Farewell first.
Yeah, true. We've seen him, though, really, like, move in on these draw spells when he has the chance to, though.
Yep.
But, yeah, he seems to be reaching for Farewell here.
Yes, you do have the option of drawing for... What would that would be... You could draw for 5 and still be able to cast that to Fairy, which is pretty insane. Farewell, hold up counterspell, and then go into your draw next turn just seems way too nice.
Oh yeah, and you just leave up counterspell protection here for another turn because the only thing that can beat you is the Titan.
Right, cycle the Triomes, another land. Fable, does Fable eat the counter?
Nah. Nope. Doesn't kill the Lotus. Just go over the top, baby.
Alright, so again we asked the question, our favourite question, what is X?
Oh my goodness. Is that like 12?
Elliot asked to scroll to see how much mana he's got. That's pretty good place to be.
It's just gonna leave up the counter spell.
3, 5, 7, 10. Is this an 8?
This is fine. No big deal.
Jund is good, but it does have a weakness to draw 8.
I mean, that's it. Like when the mid-range and like the grind strategies where everything's a 2-for-1, the only real way you can't get through it most of the time. You have to go over the top. This is a take on over the top. So, I remember you said in like talking about Timeless Lotus that you tried really hard to build a Timeless Lotus deck. Did you try 9 sweepers by chance?
I did not. Yeah, so prior to the streamer pre-release event, the day before it, I sat in front of this goddamn screen for 4 hours with a deck with 4 Lotus and 4 Teferis in it, and I just couldn't find the rest of the deck. I went down a similar direction to what Elliot's doing here, but I did not go anywhere close to as deep into the number of board wipes and like didn't consider something like Witness the Future. So my versions that I was looking at were nowhere near as greedy as this, and I think that's the key. You've just got to go as big as you possibly can, because the mid-range decks that Elliot's playing against also go big. They don't go anywhere close to as big as what he's doing, but relatively they do go big. And so if you're going to fill your deck with board wipes and things like this and counter spells, your plan can't be to go a little bit over the Jund deck. You have to go way over it, right? Which is what Elliot's managed to do.
Yeah.
He seems to be doing very, very well.
He really does. It's kind of amazing to watch because it seems like little kid magic. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna draw like 10 cards off this Silver Scrutiny. Like we do this in Commander every day.
Open a Silver Scrutiny in a pack, you read it, you're like, oh, I can draw 20 with this. Okay, so how do I draw 20? Oh, I know, let's play Timeless Lotus. That adds 5 mana. I can draw with that, okay. How do I use this Lotus multiple times a turn? Alright, give me some Tefts. It's like...
Okay.
Yeah, I mean...
They scooped a card draw, dude. They just scooped a card draw. How great is that?
Jund is king of the 2-for-1 mirrors, it seems, with Elish Norn kind of making it all the way to the grand finals here, but it just seems like a mismatch here. Like, what did they do? Especially with only 2 Titans. I mean, maybe if they had the full 4 Titans, there's only 2 Cruelties, so only 2 Reanimates. Maybe if those were both 4-ofs and you were more likely to be able to get this Lotus away, then yeah, you could be a bit more safe. But we do have, as classic for Jund, very good sideboard options. Tear Asunder, Duress, Unleash the Inferno. So Braid, a lot more threats to Elliot's artifacts after sideboard, but it did feel hopeless in game 1 there at least.
Yeah, especially off a draw like Celestis into Lotus. But yeah, I was going to say it starts with cutting off the mana. Don't let him go big. And Elliot's reaching for the giant lobsters. Elliot's changing up the win cons.
Yeah, down to one of the AoE portable hole. I forgot his name, but Firestorm, keeping all the Firestorms up to 3 farewells, that kind of makes sense. Brings the Herson, makes sense too. Oh no, cut all the lockdowns, that's the Peacekeeper, huh? Okay. Name the Peacekeeper.
Okay. I mean, what are we naming on Peacekeeper? I guess we'll find out. Curious.
I think you just... No, it depends what's in the hand, right? But like, your primary target is just going to be the cards that remove your artifacts and planeswalkers, I think.
Yeah, probably just checking, is the coast clear for this Hullbreaker Horror, or this Timeless Lotus, or this Planeswalker. Oh, there goes Witness the Future.
Yeah, it has 4 Bankbusters, but still got some cuts to make. You're still cutting. Takes out to the Light Up the Night. So kind of all in on the Emperor tokens and the Shrimp.
Yeah, Shrimp's going to have to get the job done. I mean, there's only one Infernal Grasp. There aren't a lot of ways to just kill it.
Yeah, let's see if Pixboom can build up some sort of aggressive plan here, like disruptive plan at least.
Oh yeah, the last hand was really slow. Both, I mean, I don't think there was a play till turn 3. Really just wants a creature.
Went turn 3 Rutstein. I mean, it attacks for 1. It was nice. It milled a land and let you go into the Solar Windgrace, but then Elliot had that Firestorm that just kind of almost wiped out all that Pixboom was going for there. Yeah,
this is a 0 underdog list of Jund, and no Lilianas either. There's not the traditional tools to attack a blue-white style deck.
No underdogs, no squeeze, no lilies, no obs. Does have double duress into Fable though. Now that is the type of hand that can win this game. Just needs a little bit of backup on the back of that, but that's where Fable's just insane, right? You're just gonna go double duress, you're gonna go Fable, you're gonna loot away these extra lands, and unless you get extremely unlucky, that Fable's gonna find you something else and then get the beatdown.
Yeah, just say that Norn finds Solar Windgrace, goes right to work.
Here?
Hi.
You know you've got another duress coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you take the Emperor and the Celestis, just anything that can slow down your Fable.
I'm kind of curious if that Scrutiny is gonna get taken. I don't know. I mean, in a way, you get a 2-for-1.
To your mic, Mr. Go Blue.
Did I? Check.
Right, anyway, the Fable comes down.
Hello, hello. Check, check. It shouldn't be muted.
Elliot does have a counter spell. But this is the weakness of counter spells. They can be good, but what use is a counter spell when the Fable's already on the board? Elliot passes, holds up the counter, picks Boom with pretty good hand to play around a counter spell here, is able to double spell. Could have went for 2 Harvesters, went for the Duress instead.
Check, check.
Yep, you're back.
Nice. Okay.
Welcome. Welcome to the game.
Ah, yeah, it's good to be here. It's nice to just be under severe duress, seeing the card draw spell potentially get yoinked. It's kind of a tough call, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Elliot's getting towards 5 mana. Like, it's a good time to take the card draw spell. If your Harvester gets countered, that's okay. You've got another Harvester to bring in. You've got an answer to Celestis with Unleash the Future. Not the best answer to Celestis, though, because Unleash the Future does need a target, which there is none right now, unless you're planning on killing your own Kiki-Jiki, which I doubt. Top deck, Kaya. Or, Jaya, sorry.
Jaya, Kaya. Yeah, we know what you mean. Oh, man, right into the top deck. Firestorm! Ooh,
It hurts.
That's a blowout.
Elliot does have no cards in hand, though. Oh god. Oh god, there's the shrimp.
But, I mean, is that what Inferno's in the deck for? To kill the shrimp? No, wait! 8 toughness? Are you kidding me?
It only deals 7. This is the problem with Unleash the Inferno. I mean, there's a ton of artifacts and enchantments in this format, and it's a nice answer to a card like Fable, but this is why I've been going for Tear Asunder over Unleash the Inferno, because some of the decks that are playing these artifacts and enchantments, you just can't cast the spell because you need to hit a creature first, or a planeswalker.
I believe it.
There's the land for the horror.
Ooh.
If Elliot goes for a block, though...
I mean, does he? It's a naked lobster. And if he blocks...
You have to go for a block. I mean, can you take 8 damage with no cards in hand? I think you've got to just play your horror as a flash creature here.
Yeah, I think the horror is actually gonna eat it here. Wait, if you let...
Shrimp's gonna die. No.
No.
Gotta let the damage go through first. Well, you get trample damage, I guess, but you do let Elliot keep the Celestis. It wasn't a strict mistake, but you know. What do you want? Do you want 4 damage, or do you want to remove the Celestis? I mean, I think you want to remove the Celestis.
I would have killed the Celestis.
Here's the Tef.
Sure, he's got work to do. Probably needs to minus to find a board wipe.
Minus. There's Lotus, but your Tef is going to die. Firestorm is going to clear the board again. But, I mean, Elliot is still in a position where he's going to have to top deck.
Especially if Norn slow rolls this Fable.
Which he could do. I mean, he's got a reasonable play of just, like, pass and cycle the Triome, right?
Yeah, it's a lethal board. Okay. All Fable's coming in.
Goes for it. I mean, even after this board wipe, Elliot's still facing down a Fable at some point.
Yeah.
X-Boom's getting 2 loots.
It would do him a lot of good if he can get a turn without being under pressure. So, the top of the deck, if it delivers some kind of a creature, or especially if it delivered another Workshop Warchief, would be amazing.
Yeah, loot both lands. Another Fable. Not bad. Just keep it going. Keep threatening to win. That's all you gotta do. Deluge. Oh my goodness. Enough mana to go Deluge into Tef? Or maybe Wandering Emperor, or maybe Counterspell, you know.
Yep. How about a
It's another
sweeper?
white, but can't use it this turn. Doesn't really want to use it this turn anyway, I guess.
Well-
Next turn you can get the flipped Fable too.
You do, of course, have that Celestis trigger.
Up to 8. Get another 2 lands to loot away here. For Pixboom.
A lot of pressure on these top decks.
Windgrace is good. Windgrace is very good.
A lot of text on that card.
Oh, you don't quite have enough mana though. Like you can Windgrace, you get to bring a land back, and you've got 2 passes. Wow.
Playing around the wipe. There's only 2 of them in the hand. Oh my god.
I mean, I guess at this point you've got to expect the wipe. Because it was a deluge.
Yep. Yeah, enough to get down to Bankbuster after a farewell.
Yeah, I guess you've got to go farewell instead of Firestorm, right? Because the farewell's going to get rid of that other PKG. Otherwise, if you go Firestorm this turn, then you're just pricing yourself in to have to farewell next turn anyway.
Yep.
Seems like a good time to farewell. Because you can also get your Bankbuster down with the farewell. That's pretty good.
Yeah, just having it out there to get the card draw going. Wonder what he's thinking about here. Huh. Yeah, he's really in the tank on this one. It looks a lot more straightforward to me, so I wonder what cards are on his mind.
Did end up going for the Firestorm. Very interesting, because you're going to have to deal with this Fable next turn somehow. And it feels like you're likely to end up just having to farewell anyway. Oh, now you've got to get rid of the farewell, right? You've got to keep the card draw.
I mean, do ya?
You've got a deluge, I guess, so you could bin the card draw spell. You've got a Bankbuster.
So you know...
Yeah, I think I would keep farewell.
Yeah, because you know that there's going to be a flipped reflection. So there doesn't need to be that much damage added to the board to really punish a card draw spell there.
So here's Solar Windgrace, and Solar Windgrace, the 3 abilities are for 1, discard a land, gain 3 life, for 2, discard a land, draw a card, and for 3, discard a land, gain indestructible until end of turn tap. So with the treasure, can discard this mountain and draw. There's another Bankbuster. Second one not nearly as good as the first.
Has indestructibility ever been a worse ability than it is right now? My god. What, Meat Hook and Farewell are like the main the main board wipes? Oh my god. And now temporary lockdown as well.
Draw. Another Bankbuster, okay. I mean, Elliot's going to look good if he can buy enough time to start using these.
And it does look like it's going that way. Norn is going to be down to a Windgrace.
Yeah, good draw here at least. Does draw, gets a the Harvester. Harvester's not bad, you can play both of those. There's a War Chief which can be blitzed.
And this is a wide open hit for the War Chief too. Oh,
Down to 3, and you get a 4/4.
And a card.
And a card.
Let's go.
No teachings, there's a Hearse. A lot of artifacts here.
When did Elliot start playing a vehicle deck? Transformational sideboard strategy.
I mean, Elliot could pass. You do have a Celestis trigger coming in if you pass. You've got...
I would discard one of those Bankbusters.
Yeah. You can't really pass though, because if you're passing, you can't even cast Deluge. Because the casting Deluge would leave you with only 1 mana. I guess you would have to hit your White March. Your White March could do with a token.
I mean, that's too narrow. Yeah, that's too narrow. He's got to... I think he's got to try to dig something here. This is weird.
Aiming for the flip. Wow. Stroke.
He has to double spell. He has to double spell here to get another trigger. Interesting.
Gotta play Bankbuster Hearse.
Okay.
And Pixbom's looking for 1 damage?
1 damage. Considering
This would be a good
island.
time to have an underdog in your deck.
It really would be a good time to have an underdog in your deck, but we'll take another War Chief, or I don't know if that's all of the War Chiefs in the deck, but we've already seen 2.
Yeah, there's 2 in the deck, yeah.
Oh, that's it. So what just does 1? Meat Hook?
Yeah, I'm looking. Meat Hook.
Not much is the answer. Not much. Trespasser?
Trespasser, yeah.
Okay, that's a Terra Sunder off the top.
Not a bad draw. 2 can deal with any of these artifacts for 2 or a different permanent for if you kick to 4.
All right, what's the best way to keep the pressure going?
Yeah, well, what do you commit here? I think you can play the Wind Grace. Take your land and hold up the Terra Sunder.
I think the Hearse will shut down whatever land he goes for. But maybe you still want to send the 5/4?
You could Terra Sunder at first.
I don't think you want to be in a position where, like, he doesn't know the lockdowns are completely out of the deck, does he? I don't think you want to be in a position where you just get locked down.
No, you don't. But Trespasser just got milled.
Oof. It was almost there.
This is the question: do you play the Harvester or do you pass? The problem with playing this Teachings here is that I mean you're threatening. You make a 1/1 when Elliot's on 1 life. Yeah, that's good. But Elliot, he's got a Celestis. I mean, he could easily go to 2, just kill the 4/4. So you've got to commit something. Goes for the Terra Sunder now.
On a Bankbuster. Whoa. Huh.
Leaves the Celestis. I feel like if you're going to play the Teachings, you should remove the Celestis.
I like that idea. I agree with that.
Okay, that Hearse removing creatures that can kill Elliot. That's good. Good plan. Good use of the card, I would say. Ganjo. It kills the Rhino, and you can pass and go to 2, right?
Yep.
Although
Here we go.
The Teachings does put a counter on a creature in stage 2 though, so Pixbom could put that on the 1/1.
So the real
then
question
Elliot would need something else.
Yeah, the real question now is, does Elliot know what Teachings does? If we got a reader?
What's the plan? And starting with a Bankbuster draw seems reasonable.
Yep. Oof.
It's another land, so not alive right now.
Yep.
Needs something else. Needs something off the Celestis trigger.
Rip it.
That's not it.
Appropriately named.
And I think that's game 3.
Yeah.
Another Terra Sunder top deck for Pixbom, so they were looking good anyway. Even if Elliot found a way to crew one of these vehicles. Right, those 2. We go right back to the start of this game. 2 early duress can be the difference between what happened in game 1 and what happens in game 2. Just not letting Elliot snowball seems to be the plan for Jund.
Yeah, and just keeping on like this consistent pressure where it's not the end of the world when you get board wiped, because you will. You will get board wiped a lot.
Basically, you just want to play enough threats to entice the board wipes, but you've got to not to waste your threats. But you need to make sure you've got enough threats in play that you'll be able to kill these planeswalkers if they come down. So that's the balancing act, and it can be hard to make the right call on that. How much do you commit and how much do you not?
We also saw that you can make Bankbuster bad. You keep enough pressure on, not enough time to draw those cards. Elliot drew like 3 of those Bankbusters, which are sideboarded in, and they can't block without help.
Yeah, I mean, Bankbuster is only good if you actually get to use it, right? Otherwise, it's doing nothing. I'm very surprised Pixboom has actually taken one of their Titans out, so only playing one. I feel like it's a great card here.
Yeah.
Trample, Artifact and Enchantment removal. The 4/4 Rhinos can get in for a sneaky amount of damage.
Maybe they just feel it's too slow on the draw here going into game 3, but I'm also surprised. I would have kept the Titans. I agree. You kind of need to blow up Timeless Lotuses in any way that you can.
Elliot's actually cut one of those farewells down to 2 now.
Cutting a Firestorm too. Oh, the Peacekeeper. Peacekeeper's on the chopping block.
Impulse getting taken out, okay.
Maybe.
So Elliot's got going for 3 negates, 1 stroke, and 1 Airtize Storm. So it's still a decent amount of counters.
Especially going against Duress. It's quite a...
Yeah.
You gotta assume they'll get
You also
picked.
really want to counter those Workshop War Chiefs as well. Those getting in play is really annoying.
Yeah.
Oh, that's horrible hand for Jund. There's way too much removal.
Snap keep. Of course.
But it's got a Fable, so I keep.
Yep. Perfect hand.
What's Elliot got going on? No Celestis this time. The Celestis has been really helpful, so let's see how his deck does without it.
Did you know Fable was that good the first time you read it?
Nope.
Neither did
I thought it would be too slow. I knew that each stage was decent, but I thought you might get punished by just making only a 2/2 token on turn 3, but nope, you don't get punished at all because every single one of your opponents is not playing like a 4/4 in response to your 2/2. They're panicking and killing your 2/2.
True.
So it works out just fine.
True. Never seen people so afraid of treasures, man.
Okay. So what do you do with a Teferi Lotus thing? You really want the Teferi in first, right? So that you can untap the Lotus straight away. But I mean, if Elliot goes for Teferi here, and suddenly those removal spells are looking quite nice.
The aggressive line is slam the Teferi, hope it, survives the experience, and then you have 1 billion mana. That's the little Timmy line. But Elliot's gonna go for the setup because it is very risky.
Pixboom finds a Duress and a War Chief.
Fire off that Deluge now. If you don't do it now, it gets taken and then your whole turn gets blown up. Whoa.
Where's the lands?
They better be on top. They better be on top. For Elliot's sake.
It can't feel good for Elliot if he takes Celestis and Emperor here to see all your negates go to the bottom of your deck. It's a little scary.
Yep.
What do you take?
I mean, there's no land. Maybe you...
Yeah. There's no land. You've got a Soul Transfer and a Surge. So you can deal with Planeswalkers okay.
Yep.
Your hand is also not too weak to the Firestorms either, really. So maybe you take one of the artifacts.
I think you can play around Stroke just fine. So yeah, it's kind of Celestis or Lotus. You don't have an answer to either one.
Hard choice.
Indeed. And honestly, it's like, how lucky do you feel? Do you believe that they will draw land or not?
I think you've got to take the Lotus. Yeah, because your hand is very strong against the other cards. Goes for Celestis, okay.
Okay. Norn feels lucky.
I guess we'll see the other Fable come down. Alright, Elliot does not find a land.
Nope. Ah, the classic no land in the top 5 moment. No land in the top 7 moment.
Oh.
Oh, chat goes not like this.
So now, I don't see how Elliot has enough time to come back here now, because you're going to be priced into board wipes like this. The Teferi and Lotus are not coming down anytime soon now, so Pixbim doesn't even have to worry about them anymore.
Yep. For Elliot fans, hope he overcommits.
Yeah, you've got to, if you're Pixbim, you don't want the Teferi or Lotus coming down, so you basically need to make the Firestorm good for Elliot to force him to use it, right? Like every turn that you get here. So how do you do that with the least amount of resources used? Maybe a blitzed Warsheaf seems good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And that's a lot of damage.
Yeah. You're leaving a board of like 10 damage in play. Oh well, you get to draw a card for some refill. So now the Firestorm is forced, and you'd still flip a Fable.
Wow.
But that's sad.
That is sad.
In a sad way. Yeah. That was a cool game. Really, Elliot just couldn't play game 3.
That's true. Game 2 was very interesting. Really took the bank busters to task. You know, I really liked that part. I would have picked Elliot for game 3 based on the early game and the hands, and then 8 cards deep without a 5th land. It happens, I guess.
I think the main game in that match was game 2, yeah. And Pixbim really punished Elliot for having so many bank busters. I mean, I think that Elliot lost with like 7 or 8 triggers on those bank busters, just was never able to use them. Just Pixbim putting just the right amount of pressure on each turn to force Elliot into wipe every turn. Wipe. And if that's what Elliot's doing, then this Jund deck is getting enough little advantages each turn that those wipes end up being not enough in the long run. And he moves into the grand finals. So we'll see that Jund deck later today. And we'll see you soon. Alright, so we've got our first grand finalist, Pixbim. And we're down to the last 6 players. Elliot's waiting at the end of the lower bracket for whoever can make it through here. So we've got 2 games on at the moment. On screen, we've got Lil Pumpkin, the Esper deck that we saw earlier, and we've also seen Ricky with their Jund deck. And the other game that we've got going on is Mono White versus Rakdos. So a nice mix of decks here left in the top 6. How do you feel about this matchup, CGB?
So, I feel like both players are playing 2 land hands, and both lands enter the battlefield tapped, and whoever draws the 3rd land is going to be at a huge advantage, and it looks like it's going to be Pumpkin.
Okay, both players are making their land drops, which is good. Just looking at both hands, I mean, these make disappears are looking pretty nice.
Imagine Ricky not playing Fable on turn 3.
Yeah. Goes for Rafine. No answer to Rafine. I mean, Tear Asunder can be kicked for 4, but then you can't pay the ward. You can just... You've got options though, right? You can play Sorin, you can play Harvester and Liberator. It's not terrible.
Yep. Guessing, plussing, just trying to find the answers, trying to hit land, trying to get further.
That's a -5?
5!
That's a -5?
Ricky takes a -5. Ouch.
Meat hook. Gotta get rid of these extra Rafines.
There's too many of them. Hold up the make disappear.
There's Solar Windgrace.
Checks both
Ricky
graveyards.
That's a 4 again. Damn.
Come on, Ricky. Take it or no balls. Let's go.
See, I was always a little worried about Sorin in these Jund decks. I mean, you could even go all the way up to, you might have to pay 7 life to get a Titan, right? Like, it's scary.
Yeah, I wouldn't have paid that, but it would be fun to needle him for not paying that.
Pumpkin thinking about not countering the Elder Dragon War. It could be a mistake though, because Ricky, I think, will go straight to stage 2, and it's going to be a good stage 2. You might get to find a land. You're getting Titan in the graveyard for your cruelty. Like,
yes,
it has to be worth a counter, especially when you know you can just untap into a Kaito, and you're still feeling not too bad.
Yeah, I fully agree. Besides, I mean, it's not like Rafine's going to easily attack through the 4/4 right away. You have to discard non-land spells for 2 turns.
Fateful Absence. Okay, that's your ticket to go face.
But do you play Kaito
first and try and get a land?
I like it. Especially, consider how much damage. Think about how much damage Ricky's taking.
So greedy.
Just let him keep taking it, man. Let him keep taking
Plus,
it.
again. That's suddenly...
Do it or no balls! Oh, okay, he didn't.
Oh my god. Couldn't happen to a more deserving guy, that's all I'm saying.
Oh, that's awesome. In its own way. Does this soul have a land? I don't think so. Nope.
What a situation this is. Ricky just has no plays. I mean, Tear Asunder can't deal with the Rafine. Your Windgrace has no land. Your Harvester has not enough blood tokens for the Rafine. Your Liberator has no targets. I mean, there's just nothing going on here.
Your Sorin only hits 5 drops.
Yep. Rafine gets in, then you've got Meat Hook to clear these creatures up. Or you could just flash in 2 Vandals, that's an option.
Yeah, just attack for very quick lethal at this rate.
Kaito and Rafine certainly help you find lands, if you need them. Let's go for the hook, okay. And now what? I mean, Ricky still has no play, he has to plus again. Oh my god. Alright, let's go game 2.
I think that the only, like, the fitting end to that would have been if he had actually plussed himself to death.
Yep, you can't play Sorin in these Jund decks. If you're gonna play Titan, if you're gonna play Gix, if you're gonna play all these like value 4-drops, you can't get away with the Sorin, man. That is going to happen sometimes. Not. I mean, to that ridiculous extent, it's not going to happen very often. Like, you're not going to end up paying 4, 5, 6 every turn to that extent. But even if you were hitting some lands in there, like just a couple of 5s or 4s, and I mean it's too much life to pay.
Was that the worst/best Sorin in Channel tournament history?
That is one of them.
Nice. So what do we want to do?
Ricky keeping most of the removal. Pumpkin trying to go a bit bigger, it looks like. Sheoldreds, Interceptors, and Wandering Emperors.
Ricky wants every way that the deck offers to kill a Rafine, and then worry about everything else from there. The meat hooks are extra good against the tokens as long as you can resolve them.
Only 2 out of 3 duresses for Pumpkin. That seems fine.
I do wonder if this, like, is Sheldred gonna last on the board against, against Jund deck? It's just so much removal, so much stuff in there.
Yeah, Sheoldred. I think if Sheoldred is good, I'm still not too sure on the card. I mean, I think it's overrated for sure, but if it was good, it would be in a deck like what Pumpkin's playing. I mean, a lot of draw, got Kaitos, got Rafines, lots of ways to trigger it, so maybe Pumpkin's hoping that Ricky will have to blow all of their removal before they cast the Sheoldred, which is where that type of card would shine.
something I love about Pumpkin's deck is the turn 2 cat and mouse, right? Like you could have a counter, you could have the flash creatures, you could have all these things. And Ricky's just slamming the Trespasser.
This is not bad for Pumpkin though. You flash in these 2 creatures, then you can get a wedding announcement down. The question is, you probably want to hold up your Pierce though, right? So can you afford to get the wedding announcement ticking?
Look at this. Keeping the day night from flipping. Yeah, yeah. Also just setting the bait for this Fable. Or this Sorin. No, let it resolve. He'll just kill himself.
Just let it resolve in a, yeah. God. Don't counter that. That card sucks.
That card did like 13 damage for you last game.
Pumpkin is seriously considering not countering it.
Oh my goodness. Just Ripper a Fiend.
It resolves. It resolves. What a disrespect.
Instantly rewarded. Tale of 2 Sorins, my friend.
There's an Interceptor. You can't have Interceptor and Pierce, though.
How great would Interceptor be if Sorin had been countered, though?
Yep.
Ooh.
You keep trying to keep it on day here? You go for wedding announcement? What's the deal?
I mean,
I think you've got to hold up the Pierce somehow. So
okay.
Absence Pierce, sure.
The thing is, you know about the land drop. Now Fable gets around it. Like, what are you hoping to pierce?
Yeah, you didn't pierce the Sorin, and now it's a little awkward. Not only is it influencing your turns, but Ricky can also just pay it now.
Yep. Pierce may have timed out here.
And the Interceptor's starting to look worse. I mean, this wedding announcement could have been in play in turn 3. It could have been flipping this turn.
That's
but
right.
Instead, it's only just coming down.
Yeah, Pumpkin's strategy seems to be to get that wedding announcement to flip, to get all these tokens to pay off, because they didn't want to trade them for the Trespasser, didn't want to make the Trespasser good, but it's getting really scary.
You can't spell pierce a Titan. You can make disappear a Titan though, so will Ricky be too scared to just slam it?
Ricky's attack is not one of fear.
It is not.
But yeah.
So many good creatures in hand here. This Spell Pierce and Interceptor are just looking awkward, to say the least.
I think this whole game, like, if you could play it again, that Sorin would eat that Spell Pierce, like, for sure.
Yeah, I think the Sorin eats the Spell Pierce, and I think you should just play the wedding announcement on turn 3. Chose to go for the reinforcements hold up Spell Pierce instead, and then ended up not even using the Spell Pierce.
So many options here. Choosing Junji and Outland Liberator. There were a whole bunch of ways to go that turn.
Yeah, taking an option that you get the Liberator in play, but you've not got the mana to actually use it here yet. But well, Knight seems good though.
Knight seems really good for Ricky.
So now this wedding announcement just dies for free, and that should be basically game.
Yeah, I can't picture a way back. I mean, the Junji alone.
Yeah, Interceptor's not even getting to eat a creature here. I mean, it's just trading.
Well,
best.
If you can somehow keep your Interceptor through this, you have Rafine, still 21 life, like, this doesn't work. And then Titan just comes down. Oh my god.
I think to keep the Interceptor alive, you've got to make too many chumps there.
Yep. All right, Ricky, get some bonus points here. It's Titan time.
Titan is a threat that does not die to Meat Hook.
Is there like a farewell lurking? Nope. We got a game 3.
Staiganjo no Tawara. It's game 3.
Tale of Two Sorens. First game, Soren bit Ricky, and second game, it really put it. I mean, that Soren I think was really the thing that applied the juice, the tempo. I mean, everything was downhill after that Soren hit the battlefield.
Yep. We see only 2 Titans. Yeah, the Pumpkin actually going down to only 1 Duress now. I feel like Duress is really good here, though.
You'd think so. And on the play? Yeah, I'm surprised
Ricky just
too.
has so many ways to deal with these wedding announcements. I mean, two Liberators, 2 Tear Asunder, 2 Titans, Unleash the Inferno, the Gix Saga to reanimate your Titans. Just don't think Pumpkin's strategy seems to be reliant on the wedding announcements, and then it's unlikely that they're going to stick around for the whole game.
Yeah, I agree. It's that or Rafine seem like the 2 key cards in the deck.
No blue for Pumpkin, no green for Ricky.
Interesting. If they both keep, we'll have another classic game 3.
Yep. Pumpkin does have their 1 of Duress, so that's got to be tempting to keep.
Yeah.
And a cut down. Ricky's got a Fable, that's got to be tempting to keep, and his own Duress.
Yeah.
And a Hook. I think both will keep.
Yeah, I think that you're right. Harvester, gets you another draw. Pumpkin, a little scarier on the play here. You only get a couple looks. And I mean, you really do have to hit.
For your tournament life, do you keep here as Pumpkin? Oh, it's nasty, isn't it?
I would flip a coin. I'm really not sure. I am really not sure.
The question is, do you win the game if you draw blue?
I mean,
maybe.
It's not a slam dunk, but it's good. Like, I would say very likely. So.
Here comes Duress.
Duress on Duress or Duress on Fable?
Yeah, gotta take the Fable, right?
Yeah.
You're not too scared of Ricky's Duress. Ricky's Duress will probably take your Kaito, I imagine, but you've still got a Rafine.
Ricky ripping the green.
There's no Rafine removal in Ricky's hand. There's another Fable.
Why not?
Did we get a blue? Blue? No blue. Oh my god. That's a disaster.
It really is. All right. Now the out now is Ricky draws the Soren and dies from it.
Yep.
That's what it takes. All right.
Can you at least get Sheldred down?
Okay.
You can. Okay. So that makes stage 2 of the Fable very painful.
Yeah. Terra Sunder needs another green.
No, you can kick with 1 and a black.
Oh, you can?
You can remove the Sheldred, but only 3 lands in play, so you will have to take the damage from the Fable loot first, but at least you've got an answer. Right, can we get this Rafine down, please? You cannot have drawn a card you can't even use. Odd.
Nothing sadder
have
than
Meat Hook,
that.
Meat Hook for at least clears up the Harvester and the Kikijiki. That is better than nothing. Alright, we need blue land, not blue cards.
Oh my goodness. Classic shuffler.
If you're not going to give Pumpkin a blue land, at least give them a non-blue card. That's just the worst, isn't it? You need blue and you draw a blue card. Oh my god, there's on-curve. On-curve Cruelty.
Why
See
not?
you later, Rafine. And here we draw the blue now. Draw the blue now, because we can't cast it.
Yep. Yeah. Tapped
Brilliant.
1. Yep. Perfect. The trolls are never punished.
What do you tutor for now?
I mean, you could
Not
pick
a
at
great
random.
I guess you wouldn't be too unhappy with reanimating a Rafine, so you don't need to be searching for some sort of creature to use here. Sheoldred, huh?
Huh. That's an interesting call. It's got to be the Sorin. Come on, Ricky. Come on, it's got to be the Sorin.
Another Crokeyz is not bad, but the second Crokeyz would actually not have a great reanimate target. It doesn't have no reanimate target. I mean,
yeah.
First one can take a Rafine, and the second one can take a Harvester, which is better than nothing. You also get to do another tutor here.
Tutor into
Dealer's
tutor.
choice. What do you want? I mean, everything looks good when you know opponents only got 2 make disappears.
No, is he doing it? Oh no, yep, he did it.
He's on 12. He's on 9. Sorin, and I'm on 9. Excuse me.
He did it. All right, Pumpkin's still in this. Ricky took the Sorin, and we don't know if he knows how to stop.
Rafine and goes Liberator instead of Harvester. Okay. All right, Sorin plus. Here we go.
Let's go, baby.
What's it gonna be?
Accidentally take a Titan. Take 7.
Sorin pluses. It's a -4. I mean, it's relevant. You don't take it. God.
He declined. What a letdown.
There's another blue land. I mean, at least you can do Emperor and make disappear. It's not great, though. You're going to lose your meat hook here. You can get rid of Rafine at least, but damn. It feels bad, doesn't it?
It really does. All of the Shuffler familiar folks, the scholars of the Shuffler in chat, know that the rest of the game, Pumpkin is only going to draw blue lands.
Does have Unleash the Inferno, so can remove the Wandering Emperor, but yeah, I'm not sure it's too necessary. Meat hook for 0? Yep.
Yep.
There's Namata, so Meat hook and Namata don't exactly work too great with each other.
The classic tag team.
Because Namata will override the death trigger, and therefore you won't get to gain the life off of the meat hook, but you will get to at least deal damage with the meat hook if Pumpkin kills one of Ricky's creatures, so still worth it to play them both.
This wedding announcement is gonna have...
But it doesn't look so hot this late in the game, does it?
I mean, either the Outland Liberator is gonna have its way with it, or there's gonna be an Inferno unleashed on it, and it's not gonna be pretty.
Plus.
Come on. Come on, Ricky, do it for the kids in chat. Give him a little plus.
Plus.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. It's a 3. I mean, 3 is okay, but it's still a little painful.
There you go. There you go. All right, he's now in Titan
to
range.
Get your Liberator back tonight? Maybe.
Yeah, you still got life to play with. Past the turn, there's the nighttime. Ah,
another Triome.
Another blue land. Yep, that's right.
Just a horrible game for Pumpkin, huh?
It feels so bad.
Just a disgusting game. Never got going at any point. Still got 16 life though somehow, but
a matchup I
feeling a little hopeless.
It's a matchup that I bet you'd take. Again, if you could play this one again in a tournament, you would.
The Ricky Jund deck doesn't have any lilies though, so that is one of the upsides to Pumpkin's deck, is beating Lily pretty well.
True.
Ricky's got a lot more creatures going on.
Yeah, a smorgasbord of legendary critters in this deck.
Alright, Namata looking pretty nice here. Gets to kill 2 of their creatures and spits out 2 tokens.
Graveyard Glutton.
Ricky plays into Meat Hook Massacre though.
Yeah, just going right at it. Nom nom nom.
I mean, Ricky's already got a meat hook, so yeah, he would just respond by sacking the trap breaker, kill the meat hook. And yeah, that would still be a ton of damage. But Psycho? Into farewell?
Oh! Nope.
Nope.
Just land. Just land. Oh, man. Is this the end of the road for the little pumpkin?
It is. Ricky moves into the top 4. He'll be joining Pixboom, who's in the grand final. Elliot, who's in the lower bracket final, and Ricky will be playing the next match against the winner of the other match of this round, and we'll be back for that soon. Okay, welcome back. Top 4, here we go. So our next game is going to be the Rakdos deck that we saw earlier with like 4 braids, with the reanimate creatures, anvils, up against Ricky's Jund deck that we've seen a few times. So let's see how that goes. How do you think this one's going to go, CGB?
I'm curious to see the Braids deck in action again. They're trying to make me into a Braids believer. How about you? Are you a Braids believer now?
I was not a Braids believer. I don't know if I'm a Braids believer yet, but it has been quite impressive so far. We've only saw it really against the Elliot deck, the hard control deck with a lot of sorcery speed removal. I mean, there it was very, very good. Let's see how it does against Ricky's deck that has a bit more instant speed stuff.
Oh yeah. There's a voltage surge in the hand for the anvil player. Ricky has the basically trademark at this point, Fable on 3.
Yep. Not a lot going on for Zilper. Nothing to sack to the anvil, just bunch of removal. Okay, that's not bad.
That's
not bad draw.
That's what you need. That's what you need.
Probably use the blood token to Psycho here instead of sack it to the anvil.
Yep.
Yep. There's another Fable of his own.
Nothing like a good Fable mirror on a Sunday morning, huh?
Yep. There's the Squee. Good thing to be discarding to Fables. If Ricky can find a Titan or some sort of big creature, it could go straight into a reanimate next turn potentially.
Oh, you're right.
Not when the token dies though. They had to get the meat hook down very early, so let's see how much that adds up over the course of the game. Would like to cast a meat hook for 2 here though, so maybe a little bit of a punish.
Ricky punished? Never. There will be the perfect draw. Just you wait.
There's March. That is a good draw.
Don't need it. Ooh.
Bins it, hits 2 good cards, but nothing to do this turn. Oh, damn.
Yeah, taking a turn off. Ooh.
We're going to see Sheoldred come down? Or hold up the removal?
I don't think there's a good reason not to play a Sheoldred here.
You get your anvil trigger by using the treasure. That's a big board.
Yeah, there's no
That's
time for cruelty here, right?
Nope. Junji can block Sheoldred and then get a death trigger, but it's going to get removed.
Soul transfer.
It's going to get exiled, actually.
Yeah, it's the perfect answer, actually. Oh my gosh, Ricky. Getting rolled in game 1. Just quick speed rolled.
Yep. That turned to a meat hook. Turns out it was a mistake.
My favorite part of the stream is when Ricky reaches up to the right and reaches for the red button. How's the pasta go? Chat knows. Chat knows what I'm talking about.
Even though can't cast a Titan. What is there to draw here? Nothing. Cut down isn't going to do it.
Still thinking
so game
about
2.
it. Yeah.
Fast one. Very fast one.
Do you cruelty just for the, salt value for the still had all these? Just see what's in the hand? No, he does not.
Alright, didn't even get any time to see what was going on there. Game's just over.
Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Anvil says we'll take this one and go on to the next one.
Yeah, Ricky's can bring in another meat hook, got a bunch of ways to remove artifacts, to remove enchantments, got more ways to gain some life, like with Sheoldred, Obnixilis, so a lot of options. And then on the other side, bringing in the Planeswalker, bringing in Jaya. Maybe go for another soul transfer?
It was really good that time.
The rest seems fine. Hair seems good.
I feel like Trespassers are pretty good against a Cruelty deck, but doesn't seem too interested in them.
Yeah, especially when Ricky doesn't play Liliana, so there's no threat of like play your Trespasser and then opponent responds with a -2 on Lily. It's always good if you can kill a Trespasser without targeting it.
Yeah, the hearses are already in there, but yep, it looks like the Trespasser is coming along for the ride now. Sheldred, get cut? Never.
Still got to cut 2 cards. Everything looks pretty good though.
Thinking about it. Thinking about Shelly.
He's down a Fell Stinger and an Anvil.
Maniac. Absolute mad lad.
An Anvil, really?
I mean, is the deck called Anvil or not? I guess it's still unnamed.
Yep. Here come the Jayas, they're coming back in. 2 Anvils gone. What's going on here?
I don't have words. The Anvil deck with less anvils. Craziness. Did you ever cut an oven or 2 from your cat oven deck? Ever?
Nope. I cut a cat once, twice. Never an oven though.
Yeah.
Black card oven takes me back. It could cause a tear to come into my eye. Anvil is not quite cat oven.
Yeah, it's trying to recapture just a little bit of that vibe, just enough to keep you hanging on.
Interesting hand for Ricky here. Got some good removal in Crokeyz. No red mana, weirdly. Duress just so good after a mulligan, though.
Ooh.
And Zilper's got Hearse, Soul Transfer. Not a hand you usually see from Rakdos Anvil. Duress, Hearse, and Soul Transfer and a bunch of lands.
Yeah. I was wondering, I mean, do you have to take Cruelty there because your hand applies 0 pressure, so you know eventually you're going to have to battle through it? Yeah.
And you don't. It's not the end of the world if you lose a Hearse to a Tear Asunder, especially if it stops you losing a Jaya.
Jaya, the only kind of source of pressure in this hand. It's kind of crazy.
Ricky trying to save the Tear Asunder, and it might pay off. Although I guess Zilper knows about the Tear Asunder thanks to the Duress, so won't cast a Jaya into it. I don't think.
So when somebody like Duresses you and they don't take a card like a Tear Asunder and then they have a target for it right there, does that make you more likely to hang on to it? Or does that...
I guess so. Especially when you're playing against Anvil, you know you've got your 4 mana, so you know you can even consider using the kick to remove planeswalkers, but big creatures. Like there are even some creatures in Zilper's deck that don't die to cut down. Like you might be able to use it on a Braids, you might be able to use it on a Sheoldred, something like that. I think it's fine to keep it, especially when the Hearse is not really doing anything. I mean, you, as the Jund player, you like having your graveyard have some stuff in it, but not these like very small spells. They don't really matter. Like you might end up using the Tear Asunder on the Hearse at some point, but there's no need to do it right now. It's not even getting crude or anything, you know?
Yeah, so I was wondering this. Do you even play the Jaya? The answer is no. You just chill.
That's the benefit of discard spells hand information. That's so good. I like the Rakdos deck will, you would think, be able to force out this Tear Asunder on something else other than the Jaya, but This is the downside to not playing the Jaya. Now you give Ricky a window to build his own board.
Yeah, and draws
Suddenly
a pair of...
Planeswalker starts to look a bit worse.
Yeah, drew a pair of werewolves. They're pretty good in this matchup.
Yep.
The hearse is on borrowed time as long as the Liberator can be activated.
Here's one of the 2 anvils left in the deck.
Drawn exactly when needed in the face of a Liberator. I love the
Actually,
idea.
pretty close game here.
Yeah, I love the idea of just keeping this Liberator around. Like, the hearse can do whatever it wants to, but you can't play an anvil.
And you're always threatening like a flip tonight too.
Ah, here it is.
Decides to sack it. The soul transfer in Zilper's hand is pretty good, but it does need it does need a artifact and an enchantment in play to be really good. Right now it's a 3-mana removal, sure. Not spectacular.
Ricky goes trespassing in his own graveyard. Nice.
There's 2 trespassers facing each other. Nobody really wanting to use a removal spell on it because it just feels so bad.
Well, we see the anvil deck
Is this a window
discard
to
the
use
anvil.
the Jaya? Are you really just holding it until this Terra Sunder's gone? Because if you're not putting anything in play to bait out the Terra Sunder, then really you're just giving Ricky time to draw a different removal spell, so that when the Terra Sunder's used, they can deal with the Jaya anyway. Anvil with no artifacts.
Sacrificial anvil. Ricky doesn't have to care.
Nope.
These graveyards are just getting so completely abused. There are unlicensed hearses, there are trespassers everywhere. It's getting nasty in there.
Lock into another one. I mean, Zilper could go, Jaya Surge the Trespasser? And your Jaya survives, but
Giant
there's a
number
second
2.
one. I mean, that's a good way to beat a Terra Sunder.
Indeed. Okay.
There's 2 Terra Sunders, 2 Jayas, okay.
Shuffler is fine. Shuffler is feisty today.
And Terra Sunder does exile, so Zilper holding on to the soul transfers to try and get a Planeswalker or creature back later, but the Trespasser eating all the creatures out the graveyards, the Terra Sunder's going to be exiling all the Jayas. It's going to be hard for Zilper to get full value out of the soul transfer.
This is an extremely Jund game, for sure.
Goes tonight, pretty nice. What do you think? Who's ahead?
I feel like somebody's got to bite the bullet and kill this trespasser. You know, this trespasser's got to go.
Blue's muted again.
What? No! What the heck?
Classic.
They want to silence me. They're after me, man. The EU doesn't want my voice in this. I think the Graveyard Glutton's ahead until the bullet is bitten and this thing dies, because it's just kind of churning through everything on the board and life total.
Yep, Zilper needs to find an artifact that can be sacked like ASAP. Got to start using this anvil, or
yeah, you can just brick wall the Glutton, but you've got to be getting something out of this anvil. Oh my gosh.
There's the Atrocity. We saw it be really good against Elliot, but it's not so good against a deck where every card exiles the graveyard.
Yeah, there's literally no graveyard. The graveyard gone. Graveyard inaccessible. Might as well be a 3-mana 2/3.
Yep. We can show the Bolduvian Atrocity on the screen for anyone who's not seen it before. I hadn't seen it until today, so it was very impressive against Gera earlier, but
Yeah, almost got there.
Pretty useless here, I can't lie. And it's beginning to look like the Trespasser is not going to go the full way by itself because there are removal spells for it, but it got in for so much more damage than it had to. This could have been done a long time ago.
Oh, yeah. Still holding on to the soul transfer as well.
Ricky doesn't have a lot left though, and Zelper does have those 2 tap lands that can draw a card, and they seem relevant here. They've been very good so far from what we've seen in these games.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Sometimes you got Stone Rain yourself to stay in it. And I think we're going to see it.
There's a cut down. Don't really want to be using cut down on tokens.
Nope.
Yeah, we do get a draw. Very nice.
Ooh.
Duress for the hook. Bam. The prowess token able to attack as well. Gets buffed to 2/2 here.
Gotta get in there when you can.
They did decide to take the cut down.
Yeah, got the double dress while they could. Since, that's kind of interesting because Ricky did let that duress resolve. Didn't, of course, know the other one was coming, but let the cut down get taken first. Good sequence.
Here's another Trespasser. The soul transfer still has just nothing to bring back. Will it ever have something to bring back? Who knows?
Not in this graveyard, buddy. Just the graveyards have been desecrated and mutilated. Oh my goodness, they're unrecognizable.
Zelper is grinding here though, just needs to not die. They are on 9.
Do you think you draw with the
Finally
land
used
here?
a soul transfer.
Oh yeah, yep, get it played. Might as well discard that hearse. Huh?
No, change your plans. 3 mana, 2/3, no text.
Naturally.
Triome's not the worst, at least it can be side codes.
Rockfall Vale might be the worst though.
Oh dear.
Classic Richard Garfield at intended Magic the Gathering. Who can draw the card that does something first?
Attack for 3 is pretty strong when opponent's on 9.
This has to be why the creature and the hearse were played out, right? Because you wanted to create this trade so you could start using the hearse and get some size on it.
Zelper still has another one of those draw lands as well. Ricky has, if he plays these lands out, has made it to enough mana to start casting the Titans, so that's pretty good if he can find some.
That would be probably a decisive top deck, considering just how close this game is.
He's also in 17, so like the Cruelty Saga, just a tutor for them, you can easily pay that 3 life.
Yep. And then there's the dozens of different legendary creatures.
Yeah.
Like, you can picture what a Junji would do if that soul transfer gets cast.
Zelper is tanking.
Please not a DC. Please not a DC.
It does feel like they're not doing anything.
You don't see any hovering. Maybe they're kicking way back and having a think.
I mean, if you're going to use your clock, why not in the top 4 of the tournament?
Yep. You really want to get this, what I assume will be a trade when all is said and done. You really want to get this right. For example, you might want the construct around if you're going to draw an anvil. Of course, there's only one left in the deck.
Gotta make a decision soon, though.
I am getting DC scared.
Yep. Uh-oh.
No, not like this.
Right, we see a tab out. Please come back.
Come back.
Please come back.
Not like this.
No, oh no.
The trolls
Oh, no.
are never punished, man.
Surely Ricky is not going to luck sack his way into a DC win in the top 4.
A game that was so close. It was so close. Like, we're still not totally sure who's ahead. Man. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on, internet.
Wonder what the blocks, if any, would have been if they didn't DC there. I feel like you would just... It's hard.
I think I'd trade the 2-3. Yeah, I think I'd trade the 2-3. And then you hearse both creatures. Or no, you can only do one graveyard at a time, but you know what I mean. The next turn you can hearse the other creature.
They're not getting back in. They're not even trying to get back in.
Tragedy.
Not like this.
Not like this.
Not in the top 4.
No. Tried so hard and got so far.
I don't even know if it will go to sideboard, and will it even give them a chance to get back in?
Yeah, up a game in this spot?
And this game was nowhere near lost either. This was a very close game. It's just it's a DC win. The luck sack has luck sacked again. Somebody stop this man, please. What happened? What, like, they're still streaming their screen.
Yeah.
They just left the computer. I can see them moving their mouse. What's going on? Hello? What happened?
High drama.
I just had enough. I went to bed.
Just
I'm out. Gotta go.
I guess we all hit our limit.
Anticlimactic end to that match. I don't know what happened there, but we're down to the final 3. Next match is going to be Ricky versus Elliot. Elliot, we saw earlier playing Jeskai. Ricky, we know they're in Jund. And they're playing for a space in the grand finals against Elish Norn, also playing Jund. What do you think's going to happen?
I'm very excited that Ricky gets to go against the board wipe spam deck. Like, this is a perfect kind of matchup, in my opinion, for the content. We're gonna see the streamer versus the troll.
It's a big one. We're placing the grand finals, and we'll see it shortly. See you then. Surprise! Nothing to see here, but we're just going into game 3 of the match. It's 1-1 between Ricky and Zilper. Nothing went wrong there. Let's just go straight into game 3 after the sideboarding. CGB?
Yeah.
You still there?
Oh yeah, I am here. Ricky picks up a hard-fought, nail-biting victory in game 2, and
a nice clean win.
Yep, nice clean win, and now just has to bring it home. This would be the second in a row coming back after losing game 1, if Ricky can pull it off.
Again, going with the cutting the Titan. Strangely, I feel like the Titan is incredibly good here. No risk of counter spells against Rakdos, but does have a ton of ways to remove artifacts and enchantments even after cutting the Titan, of course, which is good. But I feel like the life gain from the Titan and just the huge body clock can be good.
Yeah, neither player making any like drastic changes, given the fact that graveyards no longer exist in these games, apparently.
Zilper taking the kick creature out.
Oh, you're right.
Seems sensible, to say the least.
Yeah. You don't want 3 mana 2/3 in this matchup all the time?
In fact, Zilper just not really using the graveyard at all, just only being left with 2 soul transfers, and that's it.
Yeah, it makes sense that those graveyards got absolutely sliced, diced, and completely combed over in the last one. It was like they were just permanent exile piles. Both players not letting it happen.
Yeah, so Zilper is sticking with 2 soul transfers. I think maybe if Zilper knew that Ricky was trimming the Titans, maybe they'd even consider getting rid of those 2. Because there are some like voltage surges in the sideboard there that could be used or stuff, but looking here, good hand for both players. Crokeyz a little bit slow, but so much value.
Does he always have the Fable? Is this just scripted at this point, right?
Some people are just really good at Magic.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't understand. Never lucky over here.
You exile Sheoldred to kill the Harvester, curve into Fable. If you don't use the March this turn, you're not going to be using it anytime soon.
You're right. That's an interesting call. And this Fable might... I mean, this is the one time Fable doesn't look that good, is when you are, in fact, taking a bit of a beatdown.
Yeah, Zilper with two Fell Stingers, not really great targets for the exploit though. I mean,
true.
Kind of like these two creatures. What can you do here?
I mean,
you can use a blood token. Try and find something to use, or you can just play it as a pleb. Sack itself, divination. Ugh.
Yeah, self-exploitation here. Valuing the cards.
That's better. Braids and an anvil.
Is that Harvester gonna trade with that Goblin Shaman?
Maybe. Zilper doesn't actually have a way to deal with a Sheoldred that's coming in.
Yeah, you're right.
Could be a problem.
There's also the fear that, like, there is a risk here, a top deck of the Saga, and you just have a Titan.
Yep. I think without a removal spell, you do have to kill this token.
Yep.
That threat, well, there's only two Sagas, I think, and 2 Titans. You will lose the game to it if you don't do that, so I think it's kind of a forced play there. Getting to discard the Titan and the Underdog. This is a good Fable. Find another one. There's a Sheoldred that can't be killed. Zilper can go into Anvil and either Braids or Fellstinger though, so that is still pretty nice.
Yeah, really needs to draw a removal for the Sheoldred. If he can, the Graveyard Trespasser can get in there and eat the Underdog, or maybe the Titan, but you've got to get rid of the Sheoldred.
You can't really use the Fellstinger while the Sheoldred's in play. You're going to take 6 damage to draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
Your Braids is going to make you pay 4 life to draw 1 card. This is incredibly awkward here. Does go for the Braids.
I mean, you got to find a solution. But sometimes it does feel like if Sheoldred makes it a turn cycle, you just fall much further behind than you expected to.
Okay.
Ooh.
There's an Unleash the Inferno. That seems pretty good. Kill Braids and Anvil with 1 card.
That's vicious.
Ricky's got some lands in hand too. All the while Sheoldred's holding the fort down and you're just going 1 step closer to Titan every turn.
Somebody stop him.
Looking good.
Somebody stop him.
Damn good. Jaya nowhere near as good in this game.
Yeah, what have you thought of
She can just be
Jaya?
attacked down.
What have you thought of Jaya in this matchup?
I've not been too impressed, I've got to be honest. Not really. She's mostly been making tokens, which is okay. We've not really seen her be used to like attack with a bunch of creatures and then use her as a removal spell. Not really seen her draw cards. We might see her draw a card this turn though, because that got a dig for a Sheoldred answer, right?
Desperation has to
we
be
might see a
kicking
minus
in.
here.
Yep.
I'm not sure what a 1/1 token does for you here. Unless you want to go for a triple block on your Sheoldred and risk it all for a removal spell. Yeah, we are going to see a plus.
Yep.
I don't think we'll see a triple block. We'll probably just see a chump, but... And then I guess the plan is to minus Jaya next turn. Here's Ricky's 7th land.
Yeah.
You can just march, kill the Jaya, and then set up for Titan next turn.
Yep. If you're even
That looks
worried
good.
about Jaya. Yeah.
I think you are worried about Jaya because you've seen how long your Sheoldred's stuck in play. You know that there's no removal for it. You don't want to let them even get a chance at drawing one, because the Sheoldred doesn't need to be in play for much longer for the game to just be over.
How have you felt about Braids in this matchup?
Braids. The Braids generally throughout the day have been good. And even against Jund, I think it can be good. It is just awkward against Sheoldred. Like, look at that, it's disgusting.
Ooh.
6 life paid to draw 2 cards.
Thank you. May I lose some more life, please?
Here's Braids to pay more life.
Oh, God. This is gross. Yes, you may
I mean,
draw.
If there's ever been an advert for why removal spells can be good, I guess it's this game.
Kind of crazy to see the Rakdos deck just letting Sheoldred hang out and the reflection of the Kiki Jiki for so long.
Yep, Sheoldred in this game just 4 mana, 4/5, never attack, never block, just sit there, winning the game. It's normally the Rakdos Anvil deck that does that, just sitting there and winning the game, but Sheoldred kind of countering this plan completely.
Oh, Ricky, which Titan of Industry triggers would you like?
Goes for a shield on the reflection. I wouldn't have minded a shield on the Sheoldred, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
They're on 4.
I guess reflect. I guess a meat hook can pretty easily get the reflection. Yeah, doesn't matter.
It's game.
See ya. Sheoldred sticks, and it's
Sheoldred,
over.
yeah, just stabilized. It's the whole game all the way to Titan. Titan comes down, and that's it. Good games. And Ricky does make it into the top 3. This time a little bit more fairly, and we'll see him soon in the next game. All right. The final 3. We've got Elliot on his Jeskai deck versus the Ricky's Jund for a place in the grand finals. Waiting for them is Ellie Schnorn, Xboom, who is also playing Jund. So, are we going to have a Jund mirror, or are we going to have Elliot running the Jund gauntlet all the way to a win? What do you think?
Well, I think that Ricky doesn't have a turn 3 Fable. Might be the first time ever. So
Not yet. Not yet.
one more shot at it. But Elliot's chances are increasing rapidly. I do like the hand.
What do you think about Florian against Elliot's deck? Think he'll be able to get in for any hits with it?
You know, normally I would just say no, dies to removal, but it feels like creatures are sticking to the battlefield sometimes that you don't expect to. Maybe it's just because we watched Sheoldred go the distance, but now I'm forgetting that removal is an option.
It does dodge the lockdown.
Ooh,
And Elliot's got Celestis into Tef.
that's pretty good.
Can Elliot Tef and lockdown next turn? With a land, I think so, yeah. Pretty good.
Well, that Trespasser is a really good draw there too. Oh, straight to Florian.
Ricky trying to get this card draw in. There's Farewell. Can't use it until next turn though.
Yeah, Tef into lockdown it sort of forces Ricky to attack the Tef, unless of course there's a land for the underdog. And then if Tef makes it, Farewell is an option. I guess Farewell will probably be an option either way because there's a land in hand.
Ricky could use his Tear Asunder for 2 on the Celestis also. Can also use it on the lockdown, importantly. But
Oh, yeah.
Probably, especially when you see a Tef, you've got to consider holding that for the Lotus, right? The Lotus is priority number 1, I think. Can just haste the Tef. Leaves the Tef in play. Wow.
Base is the place. Might just tear it up. Yep.
I don't know about that, man. I don't know. 'Cause now You could have just killed it with the underdog, right? You would have got a draw out of it. I guess you would have lost. You would have lost the draw that you got off the Florians, so
Yeah.
it would be kind of card neutral. But you would still have your Tear Asunder, which seems like one of your best cards in this matchup. I mean, the Tear Asunder hits most of Elliot's permanents for 2, and then you can always use it for 4 on a Planeswalker later.
Yeah, I agree with
You'll
you.
regret that after.
Yep. I think most people that Florian trigger just feels so good though. You know, it's one of those things that's hard to turn down in the moment.
I guess at the end of the day, it can always just underdog the second one, right?
Yeah. Now that the second one's on the table here, and we got a Celestis trigger.
There's another Tef. Ricky making these land drops again, like getting closer to Titan. Only 1 green mana though. Needs 3.
Alright, so now Tef is going to take the brunt of the attack.
Do you have to use Farewell here if you're Elliot?
For a Florian
Get
on the...
underdog out the graveyard, kill a Florian?
Maybe. You'd prefer to draw like a Temporal Mastery, right? And play... Or something you can play with the Teferi, right?
Impulse does go for the Farewell, it looks like. Big committal there.
Man, sweepers
Like
don't
a
get the
bag
value
now.
they used to get, man.
It's so tough to stick a Planeswalker these days, isn't it?
It's hard work. I mean, think about that. Underdog drew a card and killed a Planeswalker. The Florian drew a card.
And forced a Farewell out as well.
Yep. Elder Dragon War.
Does Ricky go to stage 1 for 2 damage? Nope. Don't discard the green. There's your Fables.
We found
Okay.
him. That's trouble.
A bit of a window for Elliot here, though.
Yeah?
Actually, can use both impulses here after the untap.
Might see one this turn to flip Day Night. And yep.
Is there anything you could do with 2 mana other than just use the other impulse?
Could hit a
Yes,
negate.
you're probably digging for something bigger here if you're using the impulse, right?
If you're Elliot, I think you're trying to line up your next sweeper, and there are enough in the deck that should be reasonable, but you have to know that 1, you have to deal with the 4/4 dragon, and 2, there's still 4 cards left in Ricky's hand.
So we can see with Elliot, we can see he's got a Witness the Future in there at least, and there was also the what's it called? The other Burn Down the House, but he chose not to take that.
Land off
Witness
the trigger.
the Future chosen.
Witness to the Future is good if you have enough mana to play it plus something else, so again,
Sweet.
this Teferi needs to live.
Squee looking nice. Squee and probably a Fable, I guess.
Yeah, that's good pressure. Really puts it on Elliot to find another Farewell. It just keeps on
Farewell.
coming.
Yeah, a Farewell target and enchantments would give Ricky back a Harvester though.
True. Big true.
And blood tokens can be incredibly useful at this stage of the game when you can afford that 1 mana to cycle it. Here's your Lotus.
Big mana coming
Lotus
in.
Witness the Future. Okay,
Let's go, kids.
it's time. 3, 5, 6, 7 mana, 5 to cast the Lotus. You can untap a land too, so you can cast Lotus and then untap it into 8 mana. Wow.
Which Witness the Future. If you use full control, you tap careful, maybe you hit a Temporal Mastery, but you burn your own Tef doing that.
Probably still worth it, right? I mean, you're going to lose your Tef anyway.
I mean, now
The
you're
only
up
way
to 10 mana. Yeah, it's probably worth it.
The only way to keep Tef alive? Oh, it goes for the -2. Wow.
Wow.
Means a land? -2. I'm surprised by
What?
that.
Yeah, but what,
How do you
Lotus?
you're gonna I know you're gonna struggle to find the time to use this Lotus now.
Oh my
Lotus
gosh.
Pass.
But there's a Titan coming.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay, no third green, so we'll have to use the treasure, but I don't think Ricky's gonna mind that too much.
Oh no. Nice Lotus, noob.
Oh god. Right, so Witness the Future costs 3. Elliot's got 8 mana total, so can't even cast a Farewell. Lockdown? It's not enough.
Yeah.
Squee and Titan survive.
That's 10 damage.
You have to Witness into a Temporal Sundering and then take 7 from the Titan. You might even be dead because the Squee is just going to come back.
Yep.
The Squee's going to escape.
Yeah.
What do you do?
The Riki train looks like it's gonna keep rolling at least one more.
What about Witness into Tef, into Unplus, into Lockdown? Not enough?
Is there the
By your
mana?
turn at least?
Yeah, there's the mana for it. It would have to be the last Tef in the deck, right? Oh, wait, we shuffle some in. Crafty?
What's it gonna be?
You have witnessed the future, and it is.
It is a Tef.
Of course it is.
You didn't cast the Tef? You didn't cast the Tef? What?
Riki too powerful.
What? This man has plot armor. It disgusts me.
How does he do it?
Paid actor Elliot Boussaud.
You can't even see his face, and he's being intimidated. Oh my gosh. I mean, trolls are streamer kryptonite. It's just the way it is.
Are we gonna see the shrimp again? We normally see the shrimp after sideboard.
Actually, Riki doesn't usually
all
win
locked
game
on
one.
time.
So
Yep.
this could be bad.
True.
This could be bad for him.
All of the farewells seems reasonable.
Oh yeah.
How many of Ricky's artifact and enchantment removal cards is he gonna use? Not playing the Unleash the Inferno, it looks like, but playing everything else.
I think this would be the first time Riki didn't run the Unleash the Inferno. I swear I've seen that come in every time.
Yeah, it looks like Elliot is not bringing in the shrimp.
Yeah, we usually don't see that one stay home. Wait, Elliot, what's your win con if things stay as they are?
Literally Emperor tokens.
Bankbuster beatdown, finally.
And the Bank Busters, true.
I can't picture a Bankbuster going the distance against Ricky's deck. I just can't see it. But we'll see.
Elliot's deck could really do with a Hall of Storm Giants.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's where I miss those lands the most. Just having to actually choose a creature to end a game. Sometimes it hurts me. Like physically.
Yep.
Damages.
4 negates for Elliot and a stroke. Really going hard into cutting both the Lotuses.
Not the Lotus.
And the March. Right, just playing a true control deck here. No shenanigans, just removal, counters, planeswalkers.
Spot removal is for betas. Chad's sweet.
Jund is good against removal. Jund doesn't like so many 2-for-1 cards. There's a Bankbuster and a shrimp. Okay, good start in hand. Time to ask the question we always ask. Where's the Fable?
Yes.
When's the Fable coming?
Yes.
Tear Asunder just so clean against the Bankbuster here.
All right.
Exiles it. No cards.
Not worried about it. Going for
I
pressure.
want to attack for 3, baby.
All right, Fable off the top.
A stroke might be very useful at some point. A lot of good targets in Jund.
Ricky without a turn 3 play here. No Trespasser, no Fable. It's a whole new world. Oh, that would have been a good one.
Squee would have been so good. One card off, damn. Squee is enough to kill the Tef though if Elliot goes for it, and I don't see why he wouldn't.
Because
another bank buster, okay. Just to hold up the stroke this way, I guess that's. But now the Squee's looking insanely good. Goes under the stroke and kind of prevents Elliot from using Teferi until he first used the Firestorm. If Elliot is forced to use the Firestorm, then that gives Ricky a window to get under the stroke too.
Yep. It's kind of safe though right now. The Titan's hanging out for a while.
This will be a good Firestorm for Elliot though, because Ricky doesn't yet have anything really to get down after that tap out.
Yeah, does he have to go for it here? Kind of feels like it.
You can't take another attack here, can you?
I don't think so.
I guess you can draw with the Bank Buster, make a token.
Try to block.
That you still hold up the stroke, but
what about Teferi, untap, and then Bank Buster activation? Oh, all right, done deal.
I guess if you do that, then yeah, you block the attack for one turn, but you're gonna have to Firestorm the next turn, and you're gonna end up killing your own Teferi, right? If you do the Teferi first.
It depends on.
You can find a way.
Depends on if you think you're ever gonna have a window here that actually keeps Teferi alive.
Fable's crazy top deck, and
perfect.
Yeah, I mean, if this token gets an attack, then Ricky's threatening Titan next turn. There's the blocker. And how does Elliot stop this token making a treasure?
Don't think he does, but he does have that disdainful stroke. So that needs to land.
So you're playing Tef hold up stroke or Celestis hold up stroke. Goes for Tef.
Yep. You can untap the Bank Buster here.
Oh, he could.
Right,
and then yeah, Ricky might throw this token in front of the Bank Buster just to cast the Titan, and then that stroke is going to blow him out.
Oh,
safety first.
Clever.
The power of escape in action.
He's been watching your stream too much.
You were scared of Legion Warboss? What if we give it escape and haste?
Sounds like a good card. Still throwing something away to this Bank Buster.
Yeah, the Bank Buster can block Harvester. The Tef will still die, sadly.
It's almost lobster time, though. We might have Lobster versus Titan. True kaiju match. Godzilla movies, let's go. Let them fight.
Maybe it was better for Elliot to play the Celestis instead of the Teferi last turn, because if he had played the Celestis, then next turn he would have Shrimp and Stroke. But now he's got Shrimp with no backup.
Yeah, but he doesn't have many spells to protect it anyway. So
yep.
Ooh.
There's an Emperor. Can hit the Squee.
Something's got to do it. You could do it now.
You find a window to get the Shrimp in play.
Yeah, that is a challenge. And then after you do it, you also have to have spells to cast to actually use it.
Yep.
Oh man, I'm not sure. You could do like Wandering Emperor and Celestis here. You could put both on the battlefield, but then you're down to one relevant card left, and it is the Shrimp.
Yep. You can do a Celestis and Emperor, and you still get to hold up the stroke, but if you have to use the stroke, then yeah, your Shrimp kind of sucks, huh?
Yeah. Looks like Elliot's going to wait. Ooh.
Tear Asunder is an answer to Hullbreaker Horror, but can Ricky find the patience to not target one of these other permanents? Gotta be tempted to use it on Emperor when it comes down. Tempted to use it on Celestis. Tempted to use it even on Bankbuster to get in for an attack.
Yeah, the largest creature on the board right now, Bankbuster.
Can Ricky hold?
I mean,
it's going to be hard because playing Fable and Tear Asunder this turn and then Titan next turn is just such a clean use of your mana. It's very tempting.
might end up a mana short if he goes for that. If something happened to that little goblin shaman. Turn him sideways.
Squee makes another token.
This is a tense one.
Good. Yep. Ricky does hold the Tear Asunder.
That block goes through. Here comes the Emperor. Okay.
Right, so now the question is, does Ricky commit the Titan here straight into the stroke?
Or play the
He's
Tear.
not really ahead on board anymore. Like he needs to do something now.
That's true. The pressure
Has to play
is
Fable
going
or
down.
Titan. Yeah. Now the Tear Asunder is not as scary.
That's a
Firestorm
fight.
with enough mana to kick. Okay.
That's
got a
really
game.
good. That's really good. Is it enough mana
And-
to kick and hold up stroke? It is.
Yep. Don't even have to use the treasure.
What do you phase out?
What? Who blinks first? What comes down first, the Titan or the Shrimp?
I mean, yeah, this is like one of those monster movies where you don't see either monster for the first half hour.
Did you happen to see if Elliot brought in both of the Hullbreaker Horrors?
I believe, I thought it was one. I'm not positive though. Could be wrong. Oh my gosh!
It's a
Doesn't
deluge.
play the Firestorm. The staring match is so interesting here.
So his plan is to Hullbreaker and then untap into the Firestorm.
I feel
Really?
like that Liberator is really good. With a reflection.
Nighttime Liberator, damn.
What will it go for? Man, the Hullbreaker Horror here runs into the Tear Asunder. This is, oh my goodness. Feels like such a
It's
train
close,
wreck.
huh?
It's so close. There's so many ways
I'm
this
just
could go.
I'm trying to work it out. Target's Bankbuster. Reasonable.
I mean, Elliot could go for this horror, but he could also go for Memory Deluge. Like, is he done waiting? It looks like he's done waiting.
Here comes a Shrimp.
Oh no.
Well, this game's gonna end soon, one way or the other. Uh-oh.
Shrimp down.
4 mana card can't be stroked. That's gotta feel bad.
Indeed. But the Firestorm cleans up this board and the Titan just swaps with the stroke. So then you're down to a reflection versus a Memory Deluge.
Is Elliot gonna hold for yet another turn to eat the Fable that's not flipped yet with the Firestorm?
I mean,
Yes, but he's shown to be greedy so far.
he really has.
That
14
is
life.
exceptionally greedy though. These trap breakers have got to die. You're just losing. You're gonna lose your Celestis if you don't Firestorm.
The Celestis is lost right now anyway, right? To the treasure and the
That was
sacrifice.
a treasure, yeah.
Yeah. So he might trying to figure out what to do with this pilot who just lost its Bankbuster.
So insane, man.
It's so
copy
crazy.
copy the track breaker, attack, eat the Bankbuster, then end step before the sack, get the Celestis too. Damn.
I think.
Does take Ricky off of mana for Titan though.
Do you think that drawing a second Firestorm changes the equation?
For most people, yeah. For Elliot, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised for it to see him wait until he's on 1 life before he commits one of these things.
Maybe. You really want to find a window to flashback Memory Deluge. It's a big deal.
That window's now. He's using it.
On main phase?
He's gonna wait again.
Wow. Wow. Ricky has, like, sniffed out the disdainful stroke, and Elliot just keeps representing it. Who's gonna blink?
Alright, big deluge.
Gotta imagine there might be more negates in there. Farewell is a card that Elliot would love to keep finding.
Scrutiny and a counter, so greedy.
A counter
It's
that he
just
can't even
ridiculous.
cast. Another Liberator.
Thing is, Ricky just doesn't have to do anything, right? He can just threaten to copy here, yeah.
Oh yeah. But he also doesn't kill Elliot.
That copy tells me we might see a Titan. Once those treasures.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no. The stroke. The greed pays off. Insane.
Oh yeah.
And now,
Blue Mage
now
Dab.
Elliot's got Firestorm counterspell into draw 1,000,000.
Seems good. Seems real good.
Incredibly good play by Elliot here. I would say most people would have thrown that Firestorm last turn.
Oh yeah.
Without, not a doubt.
Oh yeah. The greed paying off. It's gonna drive some people crazy. I'm, for one, enjoying it.
Elliot is on 7 life though.
Celestis in hand. Ooh, 2 scrutinies.
It's another scrutiny.
Trespasser's annoying. You kind of want to blow it up.
Yeah. I think we'll see Elliot draw though.
Probably. Probably. I maybe you can take this 4 points, including the trigger.
Yep. He's holding up counter and I guess draw for 3. Going to 3 life though.
Elliot has no lack of bravery. That is for sure.
Does Elliot have to counter the Liberator if Ricky casts it? Does he need the Celestis that bad?
I mean, at 3 life? Maybe?
The problem with the counter is if you use the counter, you give up the draw 3.
Yep. I think I take the draw 3.
I thought Elliot was turning the corner, but it's still a close game.
3 land. Ooh.
There's an Emperor.
Okay.
Firestorm, Ricky will destroy the Celestis in response.
And then you've got
It's got a Harvester and a Blood token.
Yep. Against what might be another draw 3 if there isn't any, like, lethal-ish pressure put on here.
Yep, because can always just untap into the Wandering Emperor, no problem.
Yep. Okay.
Giving up the Harvester.
Floor.
It's a Florian. It's better than a Harvester.
It's another draw 3 window. Let's see if he takes it.
Draw 3, and the Wandering Emperor has Elliot essentially on 5.
Yeah. I mean,
Next
it's not...
turn he's got Counterspell 2, hadn't had to use it. It's looking good for Elliot.
Yeah, it looks like this is the moment. Ricky will get 2 looks. The Proving Ground cycles. Ooh, negates.
2 negates. Farewell. Ciao.
Ciao indeed. Adios.
Two life. That's a trespasser. March. March can stop Emperor gaining life. Yeah, I guess Elliot would use a negate on it.
Yeah, you need the life that badly here. But gosh, it's nighttime and there's a trespasser. Like,
Yeah,
would that have been...
Airtight Scorn.
Yeah, Counterspell gets it. You have to
Has
pay
to be
1.
used. He's not going to use it, is he? He's going to let it resolve. The man's crazy.
With 2 negates in hand, there's no way, right?
The man is crazy.
There's no way. Elliot, enough is enough. Counter the spell, Elliot. You're flirting with the most disastrous disaster.
It's going to resolve. He's going to farewell it. I can sense it. Yep.
Oh my goodness.
The man dices with death, that's for sure.
What a gambler. What an absolute maniac. Hey, you gotta admit it. He does make these decks entertaining to watch.
He does. You've forced yourself into having to farewell, though. But you do have enough mana for farewell and the Scorn and the negate. Is that 11 mana? Looks like it.
All right, he'll almost
So you're
certainly.
safe.
Ricky can march the Emperor now. I'm really curious. Elliot probably won't counter it based on his play pattern. It leaves the door open to just draw lands for the rest of the game and lose. Oh, Ricky's not going to march that Emperor.
Didn't use it.
Huh.
I guess not casting it keeps you in nighttime, right? So it makes another Trespasser lethal.
True. Oh.
Oh, damn.
Here come the lands.
Not even a Triome, just a useless land. Okay, that green one turns on Titans, at least. That's something.
Yep. A Titan that probably wouldn't get countered. Oh!
Didn't counter the Trespasser, gets to counter the Titan. Doesn't counter the Titan, oh my god!
Nope. No
that
reason.
doesn't do anything, that's only an 11-11. I'm not scared.
Just gonna farewell that,
Results.
thank you. Gets to clear the
I guess
graveyard.
Elliot is in a position where he can't use his counterspell on anything other than a Trespasser until he gains a bit of life.
Well,
It's nighttime.
he can clear the graveyards here. Elliot can clear the graveyard so that the Trespasser isn't lethal.
That's true.
Let's see if he does. I believe Witness the Future came out. Yep, graveyard is clear.
3, 5, 7 mana, so can even get the Bank Buster down while still holding up the negate and the counterspell. Looking good.
I mean,
That's a prime negate target.
I would negate it.
Surely Ricky will try and kill this Emperor now. 1 damage.
Draw. Will this Emperor be defended? Elliot,
Yeah, I think that resolves.
no
Okay.
love for his Emperor.
There's a Hearse. That can Well, I guess that Farewell has just wiped the graveyard, so the hearse is not going to be too huge anytime soon.
It does.
Here come the win cons.
Yep.
Bankbuster and hearse.
10 turns to go. Ob?
No creature though. I mean, Ob is threatening at least 1 damage.
True. There's no way to get any power and toughness on this hearse, right? So you can discard the Reef. I mean, yeah, not countering it. Not gonna do it.
Resolves, man.
Not gonna do it.
Jeez. The hearse can go to 2 power. I mean, the Ob is just dead. Hearse goes to 2 power, you draw off the Bankbuster, make the pilot, crew the hearse, attack for 4.
Yeah, hearse doesn't need creatures in the graveyard, it's any card. That's right.
There's a Tef. We go back to 4 life, and I think that Tef is game.
Yeah, this has to be just about the end of it. With 2 counter spells, it must be. It must be.
Well, maybe Ricky can get...
Well, there's still
thinking, what about Squee top deck? But the graveyard got wiped, so even if Squee got countered, you wouldn't be able to try escape it. Sheoldred. That's a counter. That has to be a counter. Come on.
Come on.
Yes.
We found it.
There we go. There we go. We found a creature scary enough to counter.
How do you feel that horrible overrated card Sheldred being the one that finally draws the counter spell?
Hey, better than Titan apparently.
Way better than Titan in the... Perfect.
Alright, now what? Now do we just wait for Elliot to win? It'd take a while.
A little bit of clock damage.
It's not going to take a while. He's just getting in, man. No fear.
Yep. There is a little bit of clock damage, so he's got to wrap it up.
It's pretty nice combo. You use the hearse, you grow the hearse, and then untap it with a Tef and get to attack with it also.
Ooh, vehicle
Attacking
crewing.
For 12. Ricky goes down to 4 already.
Has the magic run out? Is this, we might be going into Ricky's last game. One will stand, one will fall.
3, but Elliot only has 7.5 minutes. Not sure how long Ricky's got, but looks like it should be quite a bit more.
It sounds to me like he's got about 6 more minutes than he needs.
I mean, the last time Elliot was in this spot with 7 minutes left, he won the next game in 3 minutes, so...
Yeah.
Wouldn't be too shocked to see that happen again.
Absolute hullbreaker Chad. Oh my goodness. What a wild game.
This is a grind fest, that's for sure.
Man. This is standard for the next few months. Sign me up, dude. These decks are sweet.
They're fun. They are very fun. I'm surprised that Elliot's not using the March. Isn't the March, like, very nice?
I would run the March, but I'm also not sitting in this spot in the tournament. I would not have got this far because I wouldn't have seen the line of running, what is it, 11 board wipes in my 75?
You wouldn't play blue-white control splash a red board wipe?
I would, but I'd probably stop at like 3 or 4 of them because... I mean, generally speaking, board wipes have not been a winning strategy for a little while because of all the different permanent types, but these are a different breed of board wipes.
Yes, when people are playing cards like Sheoldred, which doesn't do anything on ETB, when they're playing these other, like, Trespasser does do something when it comes into play, but board wipe is one of the better ways to deal with a Trespasser.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes a bit of sense. And then when you can also get the farewells in, so you're not losing to decks like Anvil and these other kind of small creature decks that are quite resilient to board wipe. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yep, Firestorm hitting opposing planeswalkers is huge. Like, it's a big deal. And there aren't many things that survive it. Like, just Titan, really. So
how do you feel about the Tef Lotus combo after seeing it a few times now? Do you think it's like holding the deck together, or do you think it's just a bit flashy?
So the times when it's happened, like in game 1, and it goes way over the top of the current setups, you're like, oh, I see. Now I understand. And I think that the amount of times we've seen the Lotus just sideboard it out, along with like the Witness the Future, some of the more gimmicky things that you get away with in game 1, the guys, Elliot's got a good handle on this. He knows that some of these things are gimmicky, and he takes them out when he's going to get punished.
Yeah, and we have seen Elliot play against 2 different Jund decks too, and Jund is one of the better decks at removing a card like Lotus, so not surprised to see too much to see him take them out. It'd be interesting to see him if he was playing against, like, I don't know, like mono white. Probably won't be removing your artifact. Is he taking it out there? That'd be good to know.
Hold on to your butts. I think that Ricky's hand is very good against a control deck.
Here comes Ob.
Oh, baby.
Ob and got a Tear Asunder too.
Nasty.
This is why you play Ob in the sideboard. So good.
Yep, this is what you're afraid of. Celestis into Temporal Firestorm is the believer's hope.
Ob Nixilis has led a strange life since it was printed. It was maybe printed as one of the most overrated cards ever.
Yep.
And now, 3 months later, it must be one of the most underrated cards ever. People just think it's absolutely terrible. But it has a place. It's just not Oko.
Yeah, this is the place. Like, you can't script a better spot for Ob. This Bankbuster has some work to do.
Yep. Ricky could remove it if he wanted.
Yep, here it is.
He's going to. Stop that card draw.
That's another Bankbuster.
Okay. Dude, this Ob Nixilis is a problem.
Both of them are a problem.
Duress. Very nice.
Elliot doesn't even have double red if he were to draw the Firestorm. He basically has to deluge or scrutiny into the red mana and the Firestorm here to really get back to even.
Yep. So probably can't really afford to use Wonder and Emperor, so if you're taking 4 damage here, you have to make a discard.
Oh my goodness.
You go to 8, then take another 4? Not really.
Bankbuster takes one for the team.
Duress pretty good here. It's a costly Duress though, because it does stop you using your underdog.
Well, Emperor made it to the battlefield. Farewell.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Jund would be discarding Farewell very often there, but it does seem like the correct pick in this spot.
Yep, just keep the pressure on. Don't give them... Make those card draw spells lethal. If you cast these, you're going to die. No attacks.
So now, a Firestorm would actually cost Elliot his Emperor, but it's not going to happen anyway because there's no second red. Yeah, I mean, he got this Emperor down, but now what?
You make some 2/2s?
Ob is out of range of Firestorm.
I think you're trying to scrutiny and draw 3. That's what I suspect. And then you have something to discard to these Obs. Still got to get that Ob off the board, though. How are you going to do that? Face.
Okay. On 9. And all of these Ob triggers are coming in again. Underdog can be blitzed now and not get minused by the Emperor, so that's good.
Yep, played around it.
Deluge is an easy discard. Do you discard the Iganjo or do you take 2?
I mean, what are you going to do with the Iganjo?
You're going to 1.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that's Elliot's bread and butter, right? You know, this Emperor has a minus gain 2 life here.
Yep. Block Harvester, go to 1. Minus the other Harvester, there's no creatures in play. Back to 3, and then you've got...
Ob on 7?
But you've got 6 lands, and your 3 cards from Scrutiny and your top deck. It doesn't sound the worst. But what cards in your deck even deal with these obs?
Hey, just the Firestorms at this point, right? I think that's all.
Firestorm only deal 5?
Yeah, so it doesn't... It's like, it's just a stalling mechanism, because Ob on 7 is lethal. Like, Ultimate is lethal.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Even if Elliot manages to survive by some miracle here, he's got 4 minutes on his clock. Then he's got to win.
And ticking. And ticking.
And these underdogs are just going to keep coming back, too. Wow, doesn't even get to draw. Has to use a removal.
Wow. Oh, he
He's
takes
going to not
it.
block. This gives him an attack on the orb.
It does.
But you don't have 2 red, so how do you use the Firestorm that you're hoping to top deck?
I mean, you don't. You have to draw something else. So, attack an Ob, minus the Emperor, slice the Harvester. I'm out of ideas, man.
You're dead to the underdog, right?
The underdog you block with your 3/3, but and then I guess you discard cards. Yeah. It's on this sweet little vigilant samurai. They'll keep it together. There's the Firestorm.
There's the Firestorm. Oh my god, is he survived?
Removal spell lethal. What does that get back?
Harvester. Nothing. You can tutor for a duress. Go to stage 2. And cast duress.
True. Big true.
Tutor for duress? No, it doesn't tutor. Oh, damn.
He's a wild card and he's gonna go out like a wild card.
3 minutes for Elliot. I think
to be
he's
red.
survived for now.
Nope. Still no red.
No red, and anyway, it would just be dead to the underdog again, right?
Yeah.
There's Titan.
And the green man to play it.
I think Elliot has lasted as long as he can last. This on curve on the play of Nixilis, both copies still in play after all this time.
The card draw
Still
spells.
upticking every turn.
Yeah. Freaking Ob going the distance here.
One.
The red source. Oh man.
That's GG.
We
We have our grand final. It's going to be Ellie Schnorn on Jund versus Ricky Maru Boys on Jund. What do you think?
I think you're in heaven.
I'm in heaven. I can't believe it. We started the day with a Jund mirror. We end the day with the grand finals Jund mirror. Sign me up. Let's just keep this standard for the next 10 years. No more new cards, ever. Keep this. Let's go. So, and to all the Jund fans out there, we'll see you soon. Alright, here we go. Grand final time. Jund mirror. The builds are not exactly the same, but they're pretty similar. I mean, Fables, Harvesters, mid-range Jund creatures, some Gix sagas, some Titans. Here we go. I'm in heaven.
Yeah, I'm in shambles. Gandalf has fallen. I guess I'll just watch some sagas and creatures and planeswalkers bounce off each other.
So Pixboom got here through the upper bracket. They've not lost a match yet, meaning that Ricky actually has to win 2 full matches here to be champion. Pixboom only has to win 1 just to clear that up.
Oh, you're telling me there could be 2 more Jund mirrors left.
Could be 2 full matches potentially. I mean, this is a very bad start for Pixboom. Only 2 lands. Does have a blood token though.
Ah, that teachings of the Kieran. Surely that will
And Ricky
pull him through. Oh, Ricky with the Fable, because why not?
Oh. Both players can't hit a land drop. That's kind of weird.
Huh. Oh no.
Oh my
Another
goodness.
miss?
Not in the grand finals.
Not like
Come
this.
on.
Like the aggression. Go right at him.
Getting to play a Harvester is not the worst. And what a nonsense game this is. So who can do the most with no mana? I mean, Pixboom's hand, like, can't do anything. He's got 1 teachings.
Yeah.
Nowhere near casting any other card. At least Ricky's got a Trespasser, got a Harvester, got a Hook.
Well,
Here's your land, though. Land is pretty good, because land lets you go teachings and use your blood token to try and find another land. You might have a game.
yeah, then maybe with this mill, Soul of Windgrace can hit a land.
Oh no, what was that? Was that 3 lands milled?
Yeah. Why wouldn't it be?
Oh god. I mean, very good if Pixboom can blood token into another and get the Soul of Windgrace down. Then it'll feel great, but let's see.
I mean, it would be really something here if Ricky like copies the Glutton and just takes all the lands out of the graveyard.
He could. He
Yeah.
also could have, if he drew his own land there, he could have stole one of the lands with his own Windgrace.
I'm really surprised this Reflection's untapping when there's a blood token and a Harvester over there.
That is weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
I guess he's got an Elder Dragon War in hand.
Huh.
Wants to use that. It doesn't even kill the Trespasser though. I guess he can take a double block here and then try and take a double block, go for a loot, try and hit a land, Elder Dragon War can clear up the rest, and then
True.
maybe he's back in it all of a sudden.
Yeah. I like the looting here before the block. Make a decision. Get the info. Oof.
It's not a land.
Yeah, that
It is
doesn't help.
At least still a card that can kill Kiki Jiki though if you must.
Norn's gonna gamble, and
Wow.
it's a 7-drop.
What the hell? Okay. Ricky also still on 3 lands. What is this game? Ricky's got 2 blood tokens at least.
Who will emerge from the Trainwreck final the victor? Riveting content. Another Trespasser. Yuck. That's not a land either. The beat goes on.
Oh my god, what is this?
Another 7-drop.
Okay. Okay, probably what plays his other Trespasser?
I mean, yeah,
What
right.
else are you gonna do? I'm surprised that he's not eating the lands though. I know he's got a Solar Windgrace in hand, but you know opponents got lots of Solar Windgraces in their deck too.
Hmm?
Did eat one of the lands, but there's still one in there. Yeah, and now Pixboom gets to Windgrace. Does he get to stay alive?
Better late
does
than
that?
never.
I don't think so, because he looted there while discarding creatures, so now he's dead.
Yeah, that'll do it. What else could you do?
He had to discard non-creatures there.
Yeah,
and
just
then he
the
could have
Dragon
played
War, I guess.
The Windgrace.
Ouch.
Both players just clearly tilted beyond belief there. That's fine. Alright, reset. Game 2, please.
And who wins in a tilt fest? The trolls. The trolls win.
Yep. Alright. What is going on? You can see that both decks are reasonably similar, but there are some differences. I mean, Pixbum's is, I would say, a little bit more grindy. More Solar Windgraces, got old Rutsteins, got some Jaya Planeswalkers, Soul Transfers, whereas Ricky's is a little bit more aggressive with 4 Trespassers, Florian, these type of cards, but generally quite similar.
Ricky doesn't really like the Planeswalkers, doesn't rely on them too much.
We've seen the Planeswalkers today, they're just... We've seen a lot of matches, and these Planeswalkers just keep dying over and over and over. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't really matter what deck you're playing.
Yeah.
If you're playing aggro, your Planeswalkers are dying. If you're playing mid-range, your Planeswalkers are dying. If you're playing control, like Elliot was, your Planeswalkers just keep dying. So maybe just the juicy threats are better.
Yeah, I feel like for this tournament, and for the meta as it's been the first few days of the set, like everybody who's gotten this far into the top 16, right? They know how to kill some Planeswalkers. Like that is definitely part of just what you're signing up for when you play this format. What do you think of Duress in the mirror?
It's okay. I think it's fine. I don't have a problem with Ricky. I don't think you need all 3, but I'm surprised at Pixbum not bringing in the Hearse. I think the Hearse is super good. Just really trying to go quite big there.
I can't make this up. There's a bug on my microphone. I might have to punch it. It might make a loud noise.
We're ready.
Oh, it flew in my mouth.
Fable.
Oh my god. What is this? Worst final ever. Fable.
All right.
We got Fable.
Like, insanely good hand for Ricky. Pretty good hand for Pixbum too, though. Windgrace just got to find a way to get a land in the graveyard here. We've got to find a way to get a land in the graveyard and have it not be exiled.
True.
Which can be tricky.
Could I interest you in cycling a Proving Ground?
I guess so.
Trades.
I mean, what else are you going to do? Your only other option is use Soul Transfer on a 3-2, which honestly wouldn't have been the worst play in the world, I don't think. This is nice though. You cycle the Triome, 4 mana, Windgrace into play, ramp to 5. Got a good blocker in front of the 2-2.
Yep.
There's the fetch land, that's also really good with the Windgrace. Got to go... Can't use the fetch land until next turn, because the Windgrace also brings a land into play on attack too.
This Windgrace might get to attack. Let's see what these Fable draws.
If Ricky doesn't kill this Windgrace,
easy.
Pixbum's going to 7 mana.
Never didn't have it.
Also gets to remove the blood token. Kind of gas. That's a Titan. I mean, the Windgrace does get to attack, but it's not the best attack I've ever seen.
Ricky just went chapter
Stage
1.
1.
Chapter 1.
Chapter 1. Alright, fetch land, attack.
Turn 4 Titan, don't need it. Thank you. What are we watching?
Tear Asunder for the Gix.
That's
Prevent
good.
stage 2.
That's really good. That was needed.
And you get your Harvester down, and you ramp 1, and you thin the deck.
Here's the thing. That Titan is still down there. A top decked land. That's another Cruelty of Gix in hand. It could still happen.
Harvester. I mean, you've still got Unleash. Unleash is not the worst, right? Kill the Windgrace, kill a blood token, you're left with, what, Harvester versus Kiki-Jiki?
I almost feel like I can feel Ricky being, like, reluctant to use it on the Soul of Windgrace. It's almost a lack of respect there. I can just feel it.
Here's another Tear Asunder. Deals with the Kiki-Jiki.
At a cheap price. Not a lot of gas left, though.
But so much mana that your top decks are all online.
Yep.
Tapped land. Damn.
Couple Harvesters or Sheldred.
Ricky, I think, knows about this soul transfer, right?
Yes.
So we'll probably just see double Harvester, I imagine, in that case.
It does leave Norn's perfect draw would be, you know, any enchantment here.
Yep.
Fable.
Gex sounds pretty good.
Can we interest an opponent of Ricky in a Fable? One time?
Duress is good.
Really good.
Duress the Gex. Kill one Harvester.
Here's the problem. Norn doesn't know how good it is and might be discarding it here.
Oh.
Ooh.
It's a little bit better than a land. Liberator. Right, got a little bit of a standoff here.
I mean, Cruelty
I think
is
if you're
probably
Ricky,
going to break it.
Yeah, I think you just go straight to stage 2 here with the Gex.
Ricky's been really enjoying stage 1. I don't know if he's much of a reader.
If there was a creature or planeswalker in Pixboom's hand, they would have cast it, right?
True. Yep. Good. That is deductive analysis at work. So, you get the Sorin?
Choices.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, he's taking the swords. I'm done, man. I'm done. Get me out of here.
Oh, pure content. Oh my goodness.
Alright, Fable is good.
Yes.
Liberator is also good against the Fable.
Titan's good against the Fable.
As is Titan, yeah. Titan's pretty not bad either.
Oh man.
Alright, here we go. Time for some Sorin pluses. Although maybe you can just play the Sheldred now, right? Yeah, they've got a soul transfer, but it's getting used on the Titan.
Yep. Good time to stick Sheldred. I don't know what the path back is, but it can't be easy.
Dragon War? Not close to enough.
It's an interesting card to keep in after sideboarding.
Okay, it does keeps him alive now after that block from Ricky. You're gonna have to top deck an answer to Sheldred and Sorin and the Liberator and 3 blood tokens.
I mean, do you have to kill the Sheldred here with the soul transfer? You do get something back.
I think you have to kill the Titan.
Yeah, Titan.
Like, Sheldred is good, but Titan's killing you in 2 attacks.
Yep.
Sheldred's taken 3 turns, I guess?
Jaya? Getting back Jaya? Interesting. Jaya has work to do.
Well, Ricky with his own Elder Dragon War, he can cycle his whole hand for 6 life.
Ooh.
Or go stage 1, gets 2 damage in as well.
But Sorin plus? How about that? Eh? Oh.
Sorin minus. And the chokes in the grand finals. Oh, man.
Oh, chapter
Here's the
2.
Warshief.
Oh, it hurts. It hurts.
Ow. -2. Warchief Blitz. Is that any good?
I mean,
You threaten Sorin. You leave back a 4/4. You're going to have to chump Sheldred with it. You also take 2 damage from the Sheoldred here. From the Blitz draw.
So good, man.
So you're just dead?
Yeah? I guess you're making the very unlikely... You're taking the unlikely chance your opponent throws the vampire under the bus?
Yeah.
Forgets about
I mean,
trample?
I think it's a fair attack. I mean, Jaya's not going to win the game there. You might get a removal spell here.
Do it!
Fable would have been nice a while ago.
Like on turn 3?
Yep.
Trespasser, what is it? We don't have a day-night yet, so down to 3.
Do you use the Liberator to stop them flipping into a dragon?
Do we care about a dragon? I mean,
Not really.
probably not a
care
good
about your
reason to
Liberator,
hold. Is a hook the thing that gets... Is the hook the thing that you're afraid of? Because if so, you play the Liberator and just hold it up to sacrifice to hit a hook, right?
That's true. Okay. Oh, Pixboom's got 2 cards. Gets another draw here. Goes to 1.
That's
Titan.
a very big creature.
Wow.
I forgot that Pixbloom could draw Titan, to be honest.
I think they should still be dead, though.
Yeah.
They
Let's
go to
see.
6. They take 2 from the Flyer, 2 from the Elder Dragon War, and 2 from drawing a card.
Yeah, that does hit face,
Oh, no, 'cause
doesn't it?
Yeah, no, you won't take 2 from drawing a card, because the only way that this Flyer can get through is if Ricky also attacks with Sheoldred, and then the Titan will eat it.
Yeah, there might be a meat hook window here.
I think somehow Pixboom might survive yet another turn here.
No attacks?
There's a War Chief.
No attacks, though?
I mean, the Titan's like, what can you attack with?
Everything. Put him on 1. Win next turn.
I don't know, man.
That's a tough one. I get that that's a tough one, but ooh. Jaya?
So does Jaya minus, does it actually say draw? Will Pixboom take 2 damage if he uses it?
Nope. It's
Or
that.
is it look at?
It's that impulsive draw, that exile 2 and then play 1.
Oh yeah. Okay. Here's a War Chief. No blitz this time. No need to.
Keeps gaining that life.
It's on 6. Kind of stabilizing a little bit.
Hey, no, isn't it
Not
just
really.
over? Isn't it just attack with Trespassers, drain, Elder Dragon War, 2 points, untap, draw, lose?
Should be.
Let's see if it
Is
happens.
there 2 creatures in the graveyard though?
Oh, good point.
I mean, they're sure there has to be, right?
It feels like it. We're
Maybe not.
gonna find out. Oh
4.
my gosh. Titan?
Jaya minus. Solar Windgrace, is the fetch land still in there?
Could be
1 life?
huge. Could be huge. Wait, you can discard a land to gain life with soul, right?
Yep, 3 life.
That's a number.
Hexboom is actually stabilizing.
How? How is he doing this? What sorcery? How much does it cost to discard the land?
1
Okay.
1 mana to gain 3 life.
Okay.
2 mana to draw a card. 3 mana for indestructible.
I mean, pretty risky to attack and just even put things in the graveyard. I guess we don't know what the creature count in the graveyard is. It's really weird to me, honestly, that Ricky isn't even looking.
Yep. Fable loots away the Dragon War.
Shoots away 2 points of
another
face
thing.
damage?
Fable is good, but Pixboom looks like Pixboom's gonna get another Windgrace attack off for the fetch land again, and we'll have a land in hand to give it indestructible even if Ricky goes for a block.
Oh my goodness. If Norn gets out of
What a
this,
game.
Oh my goodness. This looked just completely over.
Goes for the 3 life, okay. Surge.
Would you
No
like to
artifact.
draw?
Jaya's looking pretty good here, though. You can look at the top 2 again.
Yeah, Jaya's looking crucial. But there's no
Grasp.
lands right now to gain life with.
What a grasp. Wow.
Ooh. But, I mean, seriously? You are at 3 against 2 trespassers.
It is spooky.
You couldn't get
It's
closer.
real spooky.
I mean, there's got to be draws that just
got
end
to
this.
attack. You have to start attacking this. You can't stay on 3 for a long time like this.
Near 30 life to go.
Your creatures are so big that you can end this game in 2 or 3 turns.
And trading off the soul's got to be a tough call, though, right? Because every land you draw is 3 life.
Why are they attacking with the 2/2? It gives you a treasure for Surge, but
I guess
they're going to give up their 2/2 to kill the 2/3 flyer?
Yeah, I guess the thinking is if the Titan dies, that could be
No
just
attacks.
it. No attacks.
Big loot for Ricky here.
All right, 2 lands become 2 lands.
Ugh.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay. Squee. 3, 6. Both players have 6 creatures. Okay. Only 5 of Ricky's can attack, so Ricky can get in for 1 damage here, not counting the Surge. It's not enough. Oh wait,
But-
if there is 2 creatures in the graveyard though.
Yeah, what if he makes the play with that being the plan for lethal? And
Goblin
gets
token.
surged.
X-Boom has to let him attack first.
Yep.
No, he can't let him attack first, sorry.
He can, because then it's 6 on 6.
Yeah, no, he can, yeah, you're right. Wow.
And that would be such a trap. It would be such a trap. Ricky, it's a trap. It's a
Okay, I
trap.
need to know how many creatures are in the graveyard, man.
I know, and Ricky
No
won't
attacks.
check. Ricky refuses to look at the graveyard. What a troll. He's trolling you. He knows you want to know.
Minus again. Jaya is just the best card in Standard. What the hell?
Saving the day over here.
2 every turn. She's just queen of these grind mirrors, huh?
Oh, yeah. I feel like something's wrong with this game because neither player has had a meat hook. Just
Neither
used to
player-
one being somewhere.
Yep. It is quite the board stall.
It's a land.
Okay. 2 lands, huh?
What about... Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. So many live draws on both sides here.
And Ricky can go tonight. That wouldn't be the worst. Well, I say he can go tonight. He has to. Taki Numa. Meat Hook Massacre.
That's a card. That's a hell of a card.
What is it for? 2 or 4?
Double Titan, anyone? Can you believe it? Can you believe this game has reached this point? I was right. It was absolutely put a fork in it. It was over.
Crazy game, man. I'm losing my mind here. Wow. Plus, not using the meat hook.
I mean, now you have 8 life. You have a cushion. I mean, do you have the better board if you're in Norn's spot? I think you
3,
do.
6, 9, 10 creatures, huh?
You have the reflection of Kiki Jiki going off. You don't want to sweep that.
You don't. You also don't want to die.
True. So, yeah, I guess you have to look at the deck list. Like, what does Ricky just pull off the top to get out of this?
Thinking.
It's not Haunted Ridge.
That was like 6 lands in a row. That was horrible.
Oh my god.
Game 3. Still holding on though. Although I think probably dead this turn. Dead to attack with everything into hook.
I mean, you don't know for sure those are lands. You can guess they are. Oh, here's a duress. Now you know.
Duress, that will help. That should take us to a lethal.
So you can do the hook Kiki Jiki copy Kiki here.
Yep.
That is a pretty cool way to take down a game. But I would have played it before combat.
3, 6, 3, 6, 7. Yeah, see, well, now Pixbin's left a situation where it's not lethal, but it does get to, okay, Florian, and then you can get some damage through with the Trespassers maybe and get a redraw.
Does that work on life loss too? It does, right?
I think it's just all
life
lost prior to combat.
Squad turns sideways.
Yeah.
Oh, we finally see these graveyards. There are definitely a lot of creatures in these graveyards. I am 90.
Ricky missed lethal.
I am 99% sure that he missed lethal.
Yeah. Oh. Damn, and now we're going to game 3, I think.
Yep.
Does get some hits off of this Florian though. A nice Pixbin maybe cycles into a. Goes for life.
Yep.
So Ricky's going to get to look at the top 4.
Ricky going for the timeout when should have been blocking victory. And it would make perfect sense after what we've seen today.
Wow, these blocks, if Ricky hits his own meat hook.
That's true. 3 life. 3 life with 3 creatures. Oh my god. No. No way.
Meat hook. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I can't even.
Oh no.
Oh, and there's a hook in hand. A hook is sitting in hand.
Oh dear, oh dear.
What?
I'll take a hook for 4, please, dealer.
Do paid actors like work for your viewers too? For your regulars? This is madness. Oh, the Titan, the Titan.
No, they need to wait until the hook comes into play. Mistimed it.
Well, you can gain 5. Right?
Yeah, but he could have done that anyway. He could do gain 5 and destroy the meat hook.
Yeah.
Huge mistime.
Oh my gosh.
Because Ricky is going to gain
a lot.
8 life and deal 3 damage and have the meat hook still in play.
How is this still happening?
Huge mistime there. And Ricky's got a squee.
31-5.
This meat hook should not be on the board.
The meat, and in my opinion, Norton's meat hook should not be in hand.
That's true.
I can't believe this.
Another Jaya minus. Okay, get you a blood token. Just get rid of that swamp. What in the world is this game?
Windgrace.
There's a Soul of Windgrace.
Oh my god.
I can block Squee pretty well, which helps. Akinuma.
Could be anything. Could be a Sorin.
So if you use it, you have 5 mana left for the turn.
That's a Titan.
So Titan, you can't cast it this turn.
Sheldred? Sheldred?
Sheldred's tempting, but remember the Wind Grace can gain a bunch of life, so it's not very... It's not sure that it's going to get there.
That's the top deck lands.
You could just take the Titan and rebuy the Squee this turn. Goes for the Sheldred, okay. Surge. No artifact. Alright, what's Jaya doing? Plussing or minusing?
I mean, we've come this far, Jaya. What should we do? There's a line here of Surge and Hook for 3.
Yep. I mean, Pixbim needs to draw a land.
True.
Well, Surge and Hook for 3. Yeah, I guess that would...
You still have a
work.
Squee
You
problem.
still can. There's a serious Squee problem.
I mean, Jaya can help. Oh my goodness.
Not gonna get in for any damage this turn with Squee, but you're gonna eat the tokens at least.
Liberator
Ooh,
to
Liberator.
break the Hook parity. Oh my goodness.
The Liberator... I guess that will actually mean that Pixbim might have to chump the Squee with a 1/1 and block the token with the Wind Grace. It doesn't have to, but it would save a life point.
Creatures go burr.
Block like this, you're going to 1.
I mean,
You did plus the Jaya though, so you do get to minus it again next turn if you want.
yeah,
Get the
and
top 2 again. Top 2, and if you can find the land, then you can just discard that land to gain a bit of life or something. I
I
don't
mean,
know.
3 creatures just died, right? Wait a minute. No, one is a
3 creatures
life.
die, but one
is life. That's right. That's right.
So Pixbim's going to 1. Ricky goes to 30. Okay. Unleash Inferno. That can
Okay.
kill the next Squee and the Meat Hook. 1 card.
But does that kill? Like the Meat Hook sees that trigger, right? Ooh, that's a Titan, right? Right?
I think so.
I mean, I think there's one down there.
At worst, it's a Liberator, right? There's a Titan.
Okay, then 30 to 1.
Game keeps going. It's still... I mean, that Gix draw has just took us back to a point where we're, again, just nowhere near this game ending.
1 is
not
still
close.
not 0.
Jaya has to take a turn to plus again before she can minus, really.
Yep. I can't believe how long Jaya has been on this board.
It's crazy.
I don't know if that says good things or bad things about Jaya, considering that it's been out there forever and hasn't, won the game or even completely turned the corner.
Well, I mean, Pixbim has been back against the wall for the whole game. Like, this Jaya really has saved him.
True. Whereas Soren would have probably just killed him.
All right. So if you're a Pixbim, how do you win this game? By attacking with just the Titan. Makes a little sense.
Yeah, you gotta start attacking. You gotta turn them sideways.
Ricky with the draw. It's another hook. And it can clear the board.
No! How? How is this happening? Is this rigged? What have we done?
Don't use the unleash to kill the squee and the hook. You need to use the unleash to kill the next squee.
Yep. Yep.
And then you can just kill the hook then.
Good time to get patient.
Jaya is on 2. So are gonna get to dig. You're gonna get to see your next 3 cards next turn, so that's pretty good.
And back to 5.
Back to 26. Back down to 5.
That's a Titan.
That's a Titan again. My God.
I can't, man. I can't.
Endless suffering. Somebody win, please.
Oh no.
Man, you didn't want to go to stage 2? Get a shooter off, go to 2. Kill the squee, go to 1.
I
Kill
mean,
the hook, you're chilling.
you've been watching too much Elliot Dragon. Elliot would
Maybe.
snap that off.
Okay, I would have lost to Trespasser top deck. That's nice. After all that. But that would be some way to go. Jaya's on 3 loyalty now.
I kind of want a library count from the players. Not gonna lie. Is this still game 2?
This is game 2, yeah. This is game 2 of a possible match 1.
Can we just
we might have to play another match after this.
Can we just give them the prize? Like, whoever wins this is clearly the Jund master at this point.
What now? Soul transfer. No artifact or enchantment though, so no rebuy at least.
Jai will find it. Nope.
Goes for a plus again.
There might be a real library size issue that we are having trouble. Like, that library does not look thick.
Yeah, Pixbum is stopped drawing with Jaya, has started. Alright, what's going on? Are they gonna. I mean, Exile the squee has to be correct. Wow, went for just a rebuy, okay.
Okay.
Nice.
Hey, that's more life. Blitz? No blitz.
Blitz, okay.
Yeah.
And you attack with a 4/4/2. Nope, just only an attack for 7. Pixbum goes down to 9 minutes. It's a harvester. Can rebuy Basayu, that's fine. Not really sure what's left in these graveyards, like if Ricky top decks his own Gek Saga here.
Yeah, I don't know what's left in these decks. This has been... I feel like I've seen it all, man.
It's crazy how it's just still almost parity as well, after all this time and all these cards.
Hey, the Jaya -2 might actually come up here. That's a removal spell.
Yeah, -2.
Nope.
Attack with War Chief Titan. Kill the Harvester.
Seemed okay to me. But Monka is the order of the day.
Seems like Pixbum is. Yeah, it seems like Pixbum's happy just to make a token, attack with Titan, pass. Make a token, attack with Titan, pass. Underdog.
I'd be running out of patience for that line of, attack with Titan, pass after all that we've been through here, but my goodness. Blitzy doggy. Everybody. What? Desperation.
What's going on here?
I'm so damaged, I'm just like, there must be something I'm not seeing.
Down to 5. It's not the worst attack.
Are we finally
This removal
unleashing?
spell's gonna suck for Ricky, but there is, because these prowess creatures are gonna grow as well and just clean up all the 2 toughness creatures. Is Ricky dead on the swing back here?
It's
Probably.
It's gotta be close. It's so close. especially if any spell is located.
Does get a draw off the underdog now, though.
Oh, Squee, come on out.
Bring back Squee, and I think you're dead. A lot of trample there. You can block the 4/4. You're taking a lot.
That's
16.
a mountain.
No, you're taking 14 actually,
So-
because the previous triggers.
Jaya -2. Removal spell.
It's lethal, but here we go.
Oh my gosh.
Pixbim does go for it, and Pixbim has 7 minutes and 9 seconds for game 3.
Good luck. Good luck. Oh my gosh. Unless something...
What a grind fest.
Holy cow. I can't believe this. But now you have to beat him in 7 minutes in the Jund Mirror.
Yep. Are we gonna see like both players add more top end? Like, are they gonna try and outbig each other, or what's up? Maybe one of them tries to go a little faster. What's the options?
We didn't even see Ricky's clock, right? So,
yeah, he's got plenty of time, I think.
Yeah, if you're on his side, just D up, you know? Defense. All you have to do is not lose. And then you get another Jund Mirror as a reward. That might have been one of the craziest, like, mirror matches I can ever recall seeing, quite honestly.
Obscene, isn't it?
Absolutely obscene. Gix and Titan just make for some, and Meat Hook, like they make for these insane top decks.
Yeah, crazy swing turns, and both players are just gaining such an insane amount of life too, that even if one player gets ahead by a little bit for a bit of time, the life totals are just so high that the player that's behind has plenty of time to come back into it with these like monster top decks. That's what we saw in game 2.
I'm just amazed the amount of life that can be gained, you know? Every time you think it's just almost to the point where like a trespasser trigger is going to end the game, they just find another way to gain life. No problem.
I mean, if we can go back to it, I think Ricky missed lethal in game 2.
I think so.
It shouldn't have went on that long, but it did. Pixbin with an amazing hand, just if they can find the third land, okay.
Oh god, please.
I mean, with 7 minutes on the clock, this is a hand you have to keep, right? Because you've got to win.
Yeah, you have to. My stomach turned a little at the thought of Ricky like taking it by sticking him onto land.
Ricky has to win 2 matches. Even if he wins this one, he's got to do it again.
Yep. Hey, remember this is the match that started with the game where neither player could draw like the 4th land?
Yep. Game 1 was crazy. Game 2 was crazy. Game 3, it doesn't have any time to be crazy. It's got to end in 10 minutes.
Yep.
Let's see what one way or the other.
I mean, this is cruelty. Yeah. Okay. But I mean,
There's a
the real
land.
fireworks are right here. Will it be a land on top of the deck?
Rutstein 2 Fable Unleash. Okay. Goes for the Fable, makes sense. It's a land, it's a fetch land though, but it is a green, which is nice. It's a start.
Yep.
And we're going to get to see Namata in action. 3/4 reach. When a creature your opponent control dies, you make a 1/1 sap-rolling token and exile it. Very nice.
Try land off the top, so the lands are still flowing.
Another
Norn won't
underdog.
go easily. Huh. How aggressive are you here? Ooh, aggressive.
Going for the draw. I mean, Pixbim can use Unleash the Inferno on the Namata and start making some treasures.
Yep. Those treasures could really help.
Follow up with a War Chief next turn. Seems pretty good.
We really discarding a hook? Wow.
those two lands might change. That maybe you can go for the War Chief first, but you don't really want to play your War Chief with Namata in play. That turns a removal spell. It's gonna exile your War Chief. You won't get your 4/4. So I think gotta go for the removal spell first here, and then go for the War Chief next turn.
I'm also very confident you have to make a play without using the rope because you're down to like 5 freaking minutes on the clock.
Come on, man.
Come
Or
on.
just play a card. Just play a card.
Just pick one. It's either one's good.
Use tap your mana, cast a spell. Nice.
Held the cycle
for
land.
2, pass turn, let's go. Hook. Yeah.
There it is. Okay.
Still got the Triumph to cycle. Does actually have enough mana to play the War Chief and cycle the Triumph.
Yep.
If you attack with a Goblin.
Yep.
And threatening to start copying War Chiefs here.
Not
He
gonna
needs
happen.
a land for a hook.
Yeah, the hook or the Liberator is gonna keep the reflection from going too crazy. Probably.
Tap land. That's not too bad. Just kill the Kiki-Jiki with the Liberator and get your Trespasser going.
Yep.
Attacks. Okay.
Interesting.
So it is just going to hook anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Leaves the 4/4.
Right. Ricky is lower on life, lower on lands, lower on mana, but is the one with the Trespassers and the hook.
Yep. So, big turn coming up. Norton needs to keep the pressure on. Ooh,
It's not bad.
pretty good.
There was a fetch land in this game, right?
Careful, those eat clock.
Yeah.
Those triggers eat clock, baby.
It's looking dicey
It's gonna be a photo finish.
for force in here. Fable. You're on 11 life, man.
Oh man.
On 11 life, Pixpin might do it.
Yeah, it's got the
Is
shot
Ricky
here.
Is Ricky gonna come second for the second time in a row?
After that game, after the absolute nonsense we've seen, it would make
You cycle with your Wind Grace. You just cycle all these lands, man. Wind Grace is so damn good.
3 cards.
My favorite card from the new set.
Ooh, good
Here it is,
rip.
Game 3 Grand Finals doing the business.
9-point swing.
I don't know if Ricky has a top deck here. There's no Titan in the graveyard for a Gix top deck.
Doesn't block either here. Wow.
2 soul transfer.
Seems good. Oh,
And
man.
I mean,
Is this it?
I don't want to call it, but
Is this it? What could be drawn?
how do you beat 2 soul transfers?
Ricky's going down.
You can
going down
at least
swinging.
get to eat 2 creatures here, but I guess the plan was attack here, block with the Fable token,
Yep.
take 4, go to 1, but
Yep.
it's not going to be enough. And I think we've got a champion.
With 2 minutes left on the
Next spin.
clock. Against all odds.
2 minutes. Yep. 2 minutes on the clock, all the way through the upper bracket, straight into the grand finals. and beats Ricky in the first match of the grand finals. I mean, it's an impressive showing. We have a champ.
Give him the
Ellie
trophy.
Schnorn, aka Pixboom. What do you think?
I want to give a sincere thank you to Pixboom for saving this guy who's been up for over 24 hours in a row from another Junmir. You're cool.
All right. Thank you for everyone for watching. Congratulations to Pixboom. Unlucky to Ricky, but insane to go second place 2 times in a row. Elliot, who's been doing very well in these tournaments too, getting third. It's been a fun day. Hope you enjoyed it. Got a bit more of an idea of what's happening in Standard now. Thank you to Mr. CovertGoBlue for his time and his commentary.
Thank you to Mr. Streamer, the architect of all this.
All right, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. See you next time. Ecuador. Ecuador.